Thanks for the likes on TikTok. I appreciate it, guys. Got some coffee brewing here. I completely forgot. Tonight, guys, we're going to be covering the 9950 X3D launch, which just happened. Taking a look at some benchmarks. Shouldn't take that long. As I do with all tech and all new things, that's actually remotely worth talking about. Definitely enjoy. Definitely enjoy talking about shit. The tech, shooting the shit with the tech. Camera's fucked up. Uh-huh. Alrighty. Let's get into things here, guys, shall we? Change categories. Yes, we will be playing Rivals after catching up on the tech tubing. Spoilers, is basically just a 9800 X3D. However, I was looking into buying one this year, but I'm not going to be doing that due to the fact they only have one X3D CCD. If you guys are aware, the 16-core processors, so the 7950 X3D, the 9950 X3D, basically have two CCDs. They're basically two CPUs next to each other. And in the past, with the 7950 X3D, which I have, the only one has X3D on it. And the alleged concern at the time, and the reason for doing that, was particularly because it was, you could get better performance. You could get better performance out of, either using the X3D, which ran like 200 megahertz slower, or the normal frequency cores, which runs 200 megahertz faster. At the end, though, if you're actually playing games and you want to use all 16 cores, it obviously just makes things slower if you don't have two X3D cores. And unfortunately with this one, they've also went that way where they don't have two X3D cores. What are these streaming hours? It's called European hours, I guess. Even Europeans try to avoid this time of day because there's no one in the U.S. on right now. And as such, it's actually a really bad time to stream. But I don't know. I just always end up in this case, and then I have to rotate my sleep schedule. This is always where I end up. I woke up at like 10 p.m. yesterday. As it goes. I have to rotate my sleep schedule, so I'm back on like waking up in the afternoon, and that's very painful. It's like my day, if I just have a normal sleep schedule, just like slowly, incrementally turns by like extra 1.5 hours per week or something like that, and just slowly rotates until I'm basically waking up and going to bed in the afternoon and waking up at night. 0 RPM and GPU fans? Yeah, that's been common for like a decade at this point. Relatively common now. Okay. I'm gonna grab my coffee, guys. Veer back one moment. All right. Well, they're always going to. They aren't technically silent. They're silent when they're off, which is why it's called silent 0 RPM or whatever. There's a bunch of buzzwords that they use depending on which manufacturer you're talking about.
Four months have passed since the release of AMD's extremely impressive Ryzen 7 9800X3D.
Top of the line for gaming right now.
Enough of that thing. Supply's been reasonable, but it's the demand that has been incredible. And because it's
mainly because the competition kind of sucks, which is the 285K from Intel.
Process.
But it's gotten a lot better. They just you have to tweak it a lot, and I don't think Hardware Unboxed tweaked theirs at all.
As a result, even today, the 9800X3D is often out of stock, though at the time of making this video, Newegg.com does have stock and is selling them for $480 US. But they also note that the 9800X3D is their #1 best-selling CPU. Now, the reason for this extreme popularity is pretty simple. The 9800X3D is the world's fastest gaming processor, without exception. And at $480 US, it is very affordable.
It could also be that your fans do go on graphics cards, so if it's under warranty, you might have to warranty it.
Is that it's not particularly impressive for productivity.
Or if it's under warranty, you might be able to look up the fans and order new ones and replace it yourself.
The 7950X3D or the Core Ultra 9285K have been better choices. But today, that changes with the release of the 9950X3D, along with its sidekick, the 9900X3D. The 9950X3D is a 16-core, 32-thread Zen 4-based processor featuring two 8-core CCDs, and one of them has been armed with AMD's 3D V-Cache technology, and it's set to cost $700 US. The exact same MSRP.
You mean instead of having to turn off when it reaches basically low RPMs, you want it to stay on? I don't think you can on your GPU. You could set it for a static fan speed with MSI Afterburner, but it'll throttle if it obviously gets up too hot.
The supply of these new parts is quite good, particularly for high-end
Once again, so they changed this around this generation, guys. They changed it around in terms of the X3D, so a little piece of cache that basically is all the magic for these CPUs. The little piece of cache that sits on top of the core used to sit on top of it, and it'd be between basically the heat spreader and the CPU. And instead, they flipped it to the bottom. And what this did is made it so you don't have to worry about basically thermals anymore, because the bottom of the CPU is actually colder than the top of the CPU because there's a heat sink on the top of the CPU, right? So it's actually better. It's a better orientation to transmit heat better because there's less, the piece of memory is basically an insulator. There's better heat transfer between the core and IHS, and basically the heat spreader on top of it, and then your fan, right? So it's actually better. But in this, for some strange reason, they didn't have two pieces of the X3D cache. They had one with frequency and one with cache before, and now they don't have They don't have both, even though you're paying a premium for this, a pretty big premium. They aren't like, huh, maybe if we gave it all X3D cash, and then for certain games, you know, they actually will use more than 8 cores, and there are, Space Marines 2, you have to uncap it, by the way, and one of the problems I have with tech tubers is they don't uncap things, so the PPM driver will automatically move the games, almost all games, to the X3D cores, and that's it. So it's basically an 8-core X3D chip, despite the fact that it has 16 cores. And there aren't any, I don't even think there are any cases where it'll actually put it across all 16 cores. It doesn't do that. So Space Marine 2 does, Helldivers 2 on the highest difficulty, playing Nursery, most definitely does. Skylines 2 will eat your entire processor. Riftbreaker, if you do custom difficulty where you up the amount of units drastically, you'll definitely start doing that. Yeah. So there are cases where it will use more than 8 cores. And we're in another 4 cores is enough scenario, and these guys, Hub and Gamers Nexus, for a while were preaching 6 cores is enough, and they stopped that like 2 years ago. So haven't heard that in a while, but maybe last year ago, 2 years ago, it was relatively new, because basically, as you can imagine, if you're planning for your computer build, you probably want something that has a little bit more future-proofness, right? So it's going to be last longer into the future. It has more value into the future. None of the tech tubers really look at value cost or value association. They just look at generally stuff that happens right now. I actually think that I could probably offer a completely unique take on tech tubing if I ever did it. And it's definitely different. It reminds me of playing Dead by Daylight. It's very much the same situation, because I can tell when I'm different enough from what everyone else is doing that it represents some sort of pinnacle shift, which is what happened in Dead by Daylight. And then consequently, killers got nerfed into the ground, and I don't play Dead by Daylight anymore, and they're all suffering over there, so... But in this case, it's different enough from how people approach things that, and a lot of it's just based on not only how things were done in the past, but also how things could be improved on from past ideology, where tech tubing is kind of rummaging through what's left over from website teching, like website tech tubing, website tech review, I guess. Tech review being a very big proponent of like bleeding edge hardware review. They went into the dodo of their website's a shithole at this point, and they sold it basically. But definitely kind of set the bar for a lot of different websites, and now they basically just take bits and pieces of it. But what you'll notice with this is they don't actually go out of their way to test. They don't go out of their way to test for more than 8 cores. My guess is they aren't going to test more than 8 cores. They're just going to let the PPM driver do whatever it wants. I have mine disabled because I set all my tasks. I set all my tasks with Process Lasso. Stop it. So I set all my stuff manually because it's better, and there's some cases where more than 8 cores actually matters, even though they aren't X8 X3D cores. They're 8 X3D cores and 8 normal cores, right? There's actually cases where it's actually better, even though it's not all the time. But putting that aside, like, there's actually cases where AMD needs... It's not even that... I think people should do it themselves, like manually, is kind of absurd, but rather that there's not only a case for more than 8 X3D cores, but at the same time, AMD needs to fix their shit, and they haven't, so, yeah.
As was the case with the
Yes, it is.
X3D, I can't imagine there's going to be anywhere near enough supply to meet the demand. So getting your hands on one is no doubt going to be quite tricky, at least within the next month or so. AMD's only sent out the 9950 X3D for review, and frankly that's the only part that really makes sense here for a few reasons. Firstly, the 9900 X3D is just 16% cheaper than the 9950 X3D, yet it packs 25% fewer cores, so right away, that's not a great deal. But worse still, just 6 cores have direct access to the larger 3D V cache, making the 9900 X3D less effective for gamers, in a sense that it's essentially an expensive 6-core processor.
Yep. So 9900 X3D even makes less sense, which is it only has 6 X3D cores. It would be different if it has 8 X3D cores and then 4 normal cores, right? Because then the 4 normal cores wouldn't be that bad. But in this case, you have 6 X3D cores and 6 normal cores, but games definitely use more than 6 cores now. So this guy really shit the bed over here, right? Like, which oftentimes will be worse than a 9800 X3D, while costing more than a 9800 X3D, which is really a weird ball. Like this is a $1 billion company thinking things out, right? And they didn't think that one out, so I don't know.
Unless offered at a 30% discount relative to the 9950 X3D, It's not even worth considering the 9900 X3D, and this is ultimately why AMD has opted to avoid sending this part out for review.
No shit.
You might also find
But they can 100% do this with by crippling basically the 9950 X3D can turn off 2 cores on each side and basically have a 9900 X3D, more or less. I think there's a little bit of a cache difference, which might matter.
We're only getting these Zen 4 dual CCD 3D V-Cache enabled parts now, some 4 months after the release of the 9800 X3D. Its possible supply has played a role here, but it could also be the fact that AMD has worked on improving.
But by the way, there's no money in tech tubing. I don't know if I finished that thought. The end result is there's no money. Then again, I'm also not making any money streaming, so yeah.
This is because the wrong CCD would be used, or too much cross-CCD to avoid the 9950 X3D running. Its possible supply has played a role here, but it could also be the fact that AMD has worked on improving the scheduling for their dual processors to avoid the 9950 X3D running into situations in games where it's miles behind the 9800 X3D. And this is because the wrong CCD would be used, or too much cross-CCD to avoid the 9950 X3D running into situations in games where it's miles behind the 9800 X3D. And this is because the wrong CCD would be used, or too much cross-CCD communication is occurring. Helping to improve this problem,
we'll see if they test that.
Solving it, AMD has updated their provisioning packages services and
Dead by Daylight added Connect. What the fuck is that? I kind of doubt that. Every time a new killer comes out, they say it's amazing, which I think is just the survivors gaslighting killers into thinking they actually have a chance when they shit all over their face. I remember when the Night came out and people were talking about how OP he was. That's back when I occasionally still watch the streams, and he really, really sucks. It's like a bunch of people that are used to winning complaining about that one time they died to something they didn't know what to do with it. Oh, that's why I saw those tweets on... good morning, OP, by the way. If I saw tweets about that on my timeline. Okay. Kind of, like, considering that BHVR, so the people that make Dead by Daylight, are very sensitive to their survivor fan base. I assume he's going to get nerfed into the ground immediately if that's the case.
The service monitors the processor.
It's like it happens to every killer. After I left, he's like just like clockwork.
It will automatically uninstall and then reinstall. Though AMD does still recommend a fresh install anyway. The service monitors the processor, and if it detects a change in CPU name, core count, logical processor count, or L3 cache amount, it will automatically uninstall and then reinstall.
They fixed it.
The service is designed to optimize CPU power and performance of dual CCD processors when gaming, like the 9950 X3D, and it does this using a combination of power.
Yeah, I don't think I still haven't watched that. I think my friends told me about that in high school, and I didn't watch it back then, and I still haven't watched it. It's like that. What's the guy keeps coming around and telling me to watch? Was it The Whale? It's a guy that's like really morbidly obese and just like ruins his life by eating food. Like, I don't really enjoy pain, and I don't really understand why people watch super depressing stuff, but you know you can, so
when using the Windows game
I guess
profile. Now, these optimizations may be dynamically applied to specific
you remember those free injuries. Legion is you find out that basically people really just bandage and they're fine. It's kind of the way it goes. You spread and bandage, and you waste a bunch of time tasting people for one hit. Still remember trying to play Legion. Legion basically came down to a gimmicky build. I don't know what he's like now, but a gimmicky build where he basically had to break the pallets with his pink. You had to break the pallets immediately after the survivors drop it because they start pre-dropping. So you do the slide break on the pallet, basically ruining the loop, and it gives you time to get out of your base so you can actually hit people. So you can get ahead of the, I don't even know what to call it, the pallet tax, basically, for running routes.
AMD 3D V-Cache Performance Optimizer. This
Also depressing film, yeah.
Ryzen 9 3D V-Cache enabled processors for both gaming and non-gaming tasks.
You guys are distracting me. I'm adding completely original commentary here.
This improves the performance of Ryzen 9 3D V-Cache enabled processors for both gaming
so they improve the PPM driver
by dynamically changing the favored processor cores based on the application you're running. When playing a game, for example, the operating system favors the cores connected to the larger L3 cache, and then conversely, when not gaming, it favors the cores with the highest frequency. It's also worth noting that this software doesn't park cores. Finally, there's the brand new AM.
The controversial part about parking cores, guys, is parking cores can cause stutter when they basically come back online, and which is recorded, and both snake oil and kind of by tech tubers a little bit. But basically, snake oil fix for gamers is basically turning off core parking because it really, really, really hurts things, and it does. It's one of the reasons I have it off. It's not something you want to run into if you're in the middle of a gaming session. You can hop in on the millisecond level. Nanosecond level, millisecond is really, really fast.
Chipset driver. The compatibility database is designed to tackle problematic games that can't be fully addressed by the AMD provisioning packages service, and it will support all dual CCD models. Currently, the database includes optimizations for games such as Deus Ex Mankind Divided, Dying Light 2, Far Cry 6, Metro Exodus, Total War 3 Kingdoms, Total War Warhammer 3, and Wolfenstein Youngblood. So a lot of effort has gone into ensuring that when it comes to
and they improved their PTM driver.
9950X3D should be every bit as fast as the 9800 all dual CCD models. Currently, the database includes optimizations for games such as Deus Ex Mankind Divided.
That's if they test it and find out it's better.
Far Cry 6, Metro Exodus, Total War 3 Kingdoms, Total War Warhammer 3, and Wolfenstein Youngblood. So a lot of effort has gone into ensuring that when it comes to gaming, the 9950X3D should be every bit as fast as the 9800X3D. So I look forward to seeing if that's indeed the case with the 12 games we use for our testing in day one reviews. And then later, I'd like to explore this with a 40 to 50 game benchmark, but that'll be something for the future. Every bit as fast as the 9800X3D. So I look forward to seeing if that's indeed the case with the 12 games we use for our testing in day one reviews. And then later, I'd like to explore this with a 40 to 50 game benchmark, but that'll be something for the future. For now, let's go over the data that we do have. First up, let's take a look at how the 9950X3D behaves out of the box with nothing more than the Expo settings applied. After half an hour of looping the Cinebench multi-core test, we recorded an average core clock frequency of 5085 MHz and a peak CPU temperature of 84 degrees. These results were recorded in an ATX case using a 360mm AIO. For enabling PBO, I did this manually in the BIOS, and I've also benchmarked this configuration, which you'll see in the following graphs. Using the advanced PBO options, the PPT, TDC, and EDC were all manually maxed out. The PBO scaler was set to 10 times, the boost clock override was set to plus 200 MHz. And
that's basic. PBO overclocking turns into one of these things where it's about undervolting, or basically underclocking. Basically undervolting, where it causes the processor to boost higher because it uses less power, but it essentially achieves a higher clock. Really kind of backwards way of doing things. But that's basically the way you have to go with automatic overclocking for AMD now if you want to get the most out of your processor. Most people can't test it properly, which involves actually rotating the test through the cores to make sure everything's stable. Most people run Prime 95 and think it's stable like a normal overclock. That doesn't work because it boosts the highest when only one core is active. And it basically crashes between the boost and between when it goes down to an idle state. It crashes in the threshold going back and forth. So basically, you make the cores do something like this over and over and over and over again, and eventually it'll crash if it's not stable.
-20. Under these conditions, I saw an average clock frequency of 5227 MHz, so a mere 3% frequency increase over stock. However, because we're using a negative curve optimizer, the peak CPU temperature dropped from 84 degrees to just 78 degrees, and this is because the average package power dropped from 193 watts down to 186 watts. Finally, I've also benchmarked the 9950X3D using the Eco mode, and this slashed the all-core frequency by almost 30%, down to 3633 MHz. And as a result, we saw a peak CPU temperature of just 61 degrees with a package power of just 88 watts.
You could just save on power by buying a cheaper processor. That is 30% slower.
Points, making it 4% faster than
then burning in power.
9950X in our testing.
So PBO is overclocking, by the way, guys.
I haven't had a chance to update all of my data, so the 9950X data hasn't been updated using the latest chipset drivers. So keep that
I don't think they described whether or not they overclocked and tweaked the 285K. The 285K compared to when it launched is very different. We watched a couple tech pieces from different vendors or different tubers, and basically it resolves around basically having to overclock a couple different frequencies on the 285K, as well as memory overclock, or just faster memory in general. And so this isn't really necessarily representative of... I don't know if these are tweaked results or not, because he didn't really mention it. This is basically Intel's fastest now. I don't know if he's updated it at all since basically he benchmarked it originally, so...
Now, when compared to the 285K, the 9950X
Intel died. They're working on it. They actually, like, they're actually like working on selling their company. It's actually weird how fast Intel just like shit the bed, which is surprising considering how much of a lead they had over AMD for so long.
But noting that when compared to the 9800X 3D, we're looking at a 77% performance boost. And then finally, when enabling the max PBO, we saw a tiny 3% performance boost. And then the power conservative eco mode reduced performance by 25%, and we'll look at power consumption there in a moment. As for the single core performance, that remains the same as what we've seen previously from the 9950X with 141 points, and the same performance was produced using PBO, while just a single point was dropped with the eco mode. And this means when
This is all productivity and synthetics, so
the 9950X 3D was 6%
slower. This is the pregame, guys. To get you hot and bothered, waiting for the gaming benchmarks.
We measured 229 watts across the EPS 12-volt.
So half the wattage for 30% power drop, or 30% performance drop.
Negative offset PBO did slightly reduce power consumption. The eco mode, which saw performance drop by 25%,
pretty much. They got caught off guard, and then they kind of came back from it, but then they had the whole... I think financially they got hit pretty hard by, if you guys remember, the issues with crashing with the 14,000 series and the 13,000. They basically overclocked their chips too much, and as a result, basically fried some of them. Like, it took years, but it did happen, and it's still under warranty, so people are basically warranting older chips. And obviously it results in, like losses. I can only imagine what their losses are because of that. They haven't said anything openly about that, but I assume it seemed pretty common when it's happening. But they RMA all that shit now.
Efficient, as the name suggests. It's impressive to see that for the same power draw as the 9600X, you're getting 87% more performance in this test. Next up, we have the 7-zip file manager compression test. And here the 9950X 3D dominates, beating the 7950X 3D by a 7% margin and the 9950X by a 15% margin, which is also a similar margin that we see between the 9700X and 9800X 3D.
9800X 3D, by the way, is the 8-core X3D. It's a single CCD model. I'm surprised he didn't do a 9900X 3D simulated.
While sipping power. Then for decompression performance, the 9950X 3D is comparable to the 9950X and 7950X, making it 31% faster.
And I don't know if this is a tweak. We'll probably see different results in Gamers Nexus when we glance over them after this.
It's just 2% slower than the 285K, so AMD is crushing Intel in this workload. Moving on to the results.
But once again, I don't know if that's tweaked or not, because he didn't... Actually, I mean, if I knew the BIOS versions, there is the methodology here. But he didn't explicitly say it, right? 1036. Like, if you knew the BIOS revision where they basically tweaked the settings on the 285, you probably could figure it out. And figure out the magic number for DIMMs. I don't know what they are, so... And I don't know whether or not the basic or the Intel settings now that come with it are actually the ones that matter. Because I know that it's like the uncore you have to tweak. It's some weird shit. And I don't know if they do it out of the box now.
4% faster than the 285K and 99.
There's a lot of weird tweaking that the Intel community went through after the 285 came out. A lot of cope. But also, because they coped, they actually came up with things that actually work to make it work better, which is kind of crazy.
That's roughly twice the performance.
Not all of it's just, more money, which is more expensive memory.
The 9950X 3D is also a chart topper in Corona, beating Intel's 285
Crusher!
13% margin, and the previous generation 7950X by a 20% margin. Enabling max PBO only boosted performance by a further 4%, but that did result in the best performance we've seen from a mainstream platform, at least to date. Photoshop doesn't take advantage of core-heavy CPUs very well, so the 9950X3D doesn't really offer anything over the 9800X3D in this example. In fact, out of the box it was slightly slower. Still, when compared to the 285K, the 9950X3D was almost 20% faster, so a big margin there. Premiere Pro does a better job of utilizing the higher core count CPUs, though not nearly to the same degree as the 3D rendering tests. Anyway, the 9950X3D was 5% slower than the 285K here, though it was able to match the 14900K when running the low-powered Eco mode. Okay, time for the gaming benchmarks, and we'll start with Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Oh my god!
Here the 9950X3D was able to match the 9800X3D, which is a great result.
This is basically what you're going to see. What I would have been more interested in of guys, other than PBO, is running all 16 cores. That's what I'm more interested in, is turning off hyperthreading, run all 16 cores, which is what I do depending on the game. Depending on the game, you'll run that mode because basically it's faster than running just 8x3D cores, right? But no one tests it, so how do you know when you're supposed to do it? You just take their word for it. I mean, you depend on AMD, you hope they're doing it right, but then with the 7950X3D, they weren't doing it for some games that actually matter, so...
Be expected given that the 7950X3D matched the 7800X3D. This does point to the 9950X3D being a significantly better all-rounder, especially for those of you who also want high-end gaming performance for your workstation, as the 9950X3D is 52% faster than the 285K here.
Tweaked, untweaked, I don't know.
And 7800X3D were also comparable in The Last of Us Part 1, and the same as
I don't think Hub ever revisited the 285K after they did the original benchmarks. When I was looking at different, because it was kind of piqued my interest, I like tweaking shit, right? When I was looking through different hardware reviewers, they're all small websites or small tubers that were doing it. They believed, guys.
With the dual CCDs and 4-part allowing for 200.
Obviously, you don't expect people, end users, to do that for the most part, but if Intel's doing it out of the box with firmware upgrades, then it's a good thing, right?
Results are interesting. Here, the 9950X3D allowed for 216 FPS, making it just 1% slower than the 9800X3D. So in other words, performance was much the same. And that's a great result because the 7950X3D is 8% slower than the 7800X3D, and we've seen a bit of this in the past where the dual CCD model can be anywhere from a bit slower to a lot slower for gaming, and AMD has been working to solve this.
That should be almost completely alleviated now, assuming that it's not running across all 16 cores and on the 8x3D cores, right? If it's running on the 8x3D cores, then it comes down to a core speed difference, which they no longer have a core speed difference between the 8-core model and the 16-core model, as well as the frequency and cache dies, so frequency and the X3D die.
Looks like they're finally getting there. Scheduling issues weren't a problem for the 7950X3D and ACC, as here we can see it matched the 7800X3D.
Yep.
And the same is true of the 9950X3D, which was able to match or really even nudge ahead slightly of the 9800X3D, delivering chart-topping results. This also meant that the 9950X3D was an insane 77% faster than the 285K in this game.
Tweaked, untweaked, don't know.
Game where previously we didn't see any scheduling issues, so the 9950X3D performed as expected, delivering a few more frames than the 9800X3D, making it 33% faster than the 285K. The 9950X3D was a beast in Homeworld 3, despite slipping behind the 9800X3D by a small 4% margin, but that's an excellent result given the 7950X3D, which was a massive 25% slower than the 7800X3D, and this also meant that the 9950X3D was 52% faster than the 285K. The 7950
multi-core, by the way, if you can load up the E-cores, the E-core performance on Intel CPUs is huge, but there's almost nothing that leverages it properly, because it has to be literally designed to leverage it properly, and it doesn't. So, and if it doesn't, by the way, if it goes onto the E-cores and it can't actually use them properly, it's entirely possible that you'll end up with worse performance, which is why there's literally a button in the Intel BIOSes to turn off E-cores. It's literally a hotkey. So if you're having problems, you can hotkey off the E-cores, which is fucking hilarious. Good.
Some frame pacing
More
issues
Malcolm.
on Hotel Requiem,
Stop
and
yapping.
as a
No, suck my
result,
dick.
ended up trailing
Oh,
the
did I say that?
7800
I did.
X3D by a 6% margin when comparing the average frame rate and 20% slower for the 1% lows. The 9950
Join a
X3D, on the
podcast to
other
listen to
hand,
someone
behaved
talk and you
like
tell them
the
to stop
9800
talking.
X3D,
Fuck's the point of
delivering
that?
the same excellent performance, making it 58% faster than the 285K. By the way, I have gone back and retested the 285K, and sadly, in examples like this where the performance was
Is
horrible,
it tweaked? Is it up to date?
Intel
I don't
has
know.
been
It's
unable to
you definitely have to do
improve
special
upon
things, and
this
it's very
situation.
different than when how
The
it launched.
7950
So
X3D was only slightly slower than the 7800 X3D and Counter-Strike 2. But whatever the issue was here, it's been cleared up
nope,
with
it's my
the
stream.
9950
You don't get to fight.
X3D, which matched
You get to
the
bend over.
9800
That's the way it works
X3D,
here.
basically exactly. And this also made it 29% faster than the 285K. The previous generation CPUs didn't suffer any major scheduling issues in Starfield, so unsurprisingly, the 9950X
Part of Starfield they test though, however, is buggy, and basically if you look at it in the task manager, it doesn't max either the GPU or CPU. It's like
we have Space Marine 2, and here the
memory bound or
9950X3D
something,
is
something really weird.
delivering
I remember going
9800
through
X3D
through that area, and it was
which is
just
great
baffled me.
news, as the 7950X3D
One of the hardest
was
places in the game, but also at the
6%
same time, it's
slower than the 7800X3D in
not
this
normal.
title. This also means when compared to the 285K, the 9950X3D is 25% faster. The Hitman 3
So once
results,
again, a game in which you could definitely benefit from more than 8 cores, which I've seen myself, but they don't test it with more than 8 cores. They're just doing whatever the PPM driver does, and they don't actually go out of their way to test a unique configuration, which might be different than what they're seeing here, right? So, is it the best configuration? Who knows, because they haven't tested it all. You can't just straight out assume that you're just running the best configuration if, like, it's maxing out the 8X3D cores. You could definitely might have a better experience on all 16 of the cores, even though X3D is faster than the normal cores, right? But it's also one of the reasons that you want 2 pieces of X3D cache, and they only give you 1. Is in case you have to go across CCDs, or a game that uses more than 8 cores, which they do exist.
Results are really surprising because here the 9950X3D is actually 6% faster than the 9800X3D, allowing for 300.
Does he test whether or not it's actually running across, because the PPM driver just works in the background? Is he looking at it and seeing whether or not it's running across all 16 cores? No. Could it possibly be happening here? Maybe. Definitely something you should be checking, though.
FPS, a 14% boost over the 285K. That's also a great result, as the 7950X3D was 4% slower than the 7800X3D. Finally, we have Watch Dogs Legion, and here the 9950X3D was 3% faster than the 9800X3D, making it a massive 39% faster than the 285K, so overall excellent gaming performance from the 9950X3D. Now,
But we aren't seeing anything that's separating itself from the 9800 X3D, but that's also because they aren't really
44%
testing it that
more
way.
power than the 9800 X3D in Cyberpunk 2077, and this saw it match the Core i9-12900K, consuming just 8% less power than the 285K. But let's look at power efficiency when factoring in the FPS results. Here we can see that in terms of power efficiency, the 9950X3D is comparable to the 9600X and 7600X, making it 35% more power efficient than the 285K in this example. Still, it was 48% less efficient than the 9800X3D.
That's still surprising.
That gap was reduced to 17% when using the Eco mode.
You don't want to use the Eco mode.
Measuring power usage in The Last of Us Part 1 saw the 9950X3D consume 32% more power than the 9800X3D, but 14% less than the 285K. So let's see how that works out when calculating for efficiency. The 9950X3D is comparable to the 5800X3D or 7600X when it comes to power efficiency, making it around 30% less efficient than the 9800X3D and 37% less efficient than the 7950X3D. Still, when compared to the 285K, we're looking at an...
The 7950 X3D had artificial power limits imbued in it. That's basically out of the box, which actually prevents it from boosting too high if multiple cores are working, especially more than 8 cores. They seemingly have fixed it, but also at the expense of power efficiency and the 16-core model.
An almost 20% improvement in efficiency. Okay, so here's a look at the 12-game average data, and really no surprises here. The 9950X3D is a beast, taking out top spot, delivering basically the same performance as the class-leading 9800X3D. Even in the eco mode, it was on average 8% faster than the 7800 X3D.
But not worth me
and
upgrading.
31% faster
Because it only has one X3D core.
Overall, we're only looking at a 1.4%.
And I'll just wait for basically the next generation is going to have
the games we tested, but this improves
12 cores per CCD instead of 8. So you're going to have 12, 24, and 36 core, maybe 48 core models.
For a dual CCD processor, it looks as though AMD has finally got there. Gigabyte made a big deal out of the X3D Turbo mode when they first added it to the BIOS, making some impressive claims about performance gains, though at the time no one really knew what it did. Since then we've learned that it's mostly a useless feature that no one would really use, just given how impractical it is. In short, what it does is disable the second CCD entirely, along with SMT support, taking apart
SMT support, sure.
X3D from a 16-core 32-thread processor
CCD, maybe not.
8-thread processor. Gigabyte is also tuning.
Highly recommend, guys, at this point, if you have more than 8 cores, you should probably disable SMT, assuming you have like one of the newer generation processors, last 2 generations, I'd say. So 9000, 7000 series. If you have more than 8 cores, I'd recommend disabling SMT. If you have 8 cores, leave SMT on, because SMT helps when your CPU gets overloaded, but if it doesn't reach that point, it increases stuttering. So there's a trade-off between like complete like throughput as opposed to micro stuttering and stuttering, which happens while it's trying to organize all the shit in your CPU. It can lead to stuttering and micro stuttering. So I just leave it off because I have plenty of cores to throw around. But for most people, you probably should leave it on. But then if you're in this scenario, you definitely should turn it off. But I also don't think you should turn off a second CCD, which is what they did. So. And these performance differences, they probably could actually test SMT, and you probably see the majority of these performance differences are actually coming from the SMT tweak as opposed to turning off the CCD, and then these are probably because of the CCDs, the second CCD is turned off.
Almost.
Might mean that it's actually using more than one CCD.
Ensure that the game is running on the CCD with the 3D cache while removing SMT from the equation, which is a feature that can sometimes hurt gaming performance, though we found that overall, leaving it enabled is of net benefit. The major problem with this feature is that it can only be enabled within the BIOS, as in you have to completely reset the system every time.
Yeah, and it's not smart enough to figure out what the fuck's going on.
And therefore, it's not something that you can quickly or easily toggle on and off within Windows.
And not smart enough to do it itself. You have to know.
If a toggle option was possible, then this would be an amazing and very practical feature, but sadly, that is not the case. With the X3D Turbo mode enabled, we saw a 3% improvement on average across the dozen games tested, with some really impressive uplifts seen in titles such as Homeworld 3 and Space Marine 2, but we also saw significant performance regressions in other titles such as Starfield and The Last of Us Part 1. Now, for those of you just interested in gaming, the 9950 X3D doesn't make much sense from a cost perspective, given it costs $700 US and delivers.
It probably, like, once again, it probably doesn't test CPUs. It doesn't test any games with.
Of course, if you don't care about cost, then there's really no reason not to get
across more than 8 cores, so 16 cores, which is basically the benefit of having it if you're playing games.
Same gaming performance, but
whether or not it happens or helps, who knows? But either way, AMD needs to fix it if it doesn't.
Performance, then the 9800 X3D or even 7800 X3D are going to make more sense. Still, for a higher core count CPU, the 9950 X3D is really the best all-rounder solution, generally matching or beating the productivity performance of the Core Ultra 9 285K, while completely smashing it for gaming performance and value. Just quickly, G-Skill recently sent over their new Trident Z5 Neo RGB DDR5 6000 CL26 363696 memory kit, so I thought why not see how it works with the 9950 X3D. Of course, we're well aware that one of the key benefits of these 3D Vcache processors is that they're generally not particularly memory sensitive. So unsurprisingly, we are seeing very little in the way of a performance uplift with the lower latency memory.
I wonder what Starfield will look like.
And this is good news because 32 gigabytes.
Remember I always said Starfield's a weird test case scenario based on where he's at, Aquila?
The memory component
where he's at?
is relatively affordable. So there you have it, the new Ryzen 9 9950 X3D, and for me, this was an easy recommendation with very few caveats. I think it's fair to say that it has cemented itself as the best all-rounder for those of you who want the ultimate performance of both work and play. That said, if productivity is your focus, then there's a good chance the 9950X3D will be the best option outside of, like a super expensive Threadripper processor. In a workload like Cinebench, the 9950X3D and 285K were neck and neck, with the Ryzen processor consuming a little over 10% less power. I'd say in general, they're going to be quite competitive for productivity workloads, but of course, it's best to research the performance in the applications that you'll actually be using. Where things become dire for Intel is gaming. Man, I never thought I'd say that, but here we are with the 9950X3D offering on average 35% more performance, which is a mind-blowing margin and really unlike anything we've seen before when comparing AMD and Intel processors, certainly prior to the release of the 9800X3D. It does look as though AMD has been able to completely address the scheduling issues of their 3D Vcache enabled dual CCD processors, at least based on the small sample of games I was able to test in time for this review. Of course, I'll have to look much more closely at a larger sample of games in future content, but for now I'd just suggest going around and looking at as many reviews as you can, because collectively they should cover a good number of games. But what all this looks to mean is buying a dual CCD processor with 3D Vcache technology is a far less dicey proposition for those of you that also like to game. Or at the very least, you no longer have to spend any time messing around with third-party applications in an effort to manually correct scheduling issues. The 9950X3D is by far the best dual CCD processor that we've seen from AMD yet. You know what they say, it just works, and extremely well. And with that, I am done with this review. If you liked it, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. We'll probably have a big benchmark with the 9950X3D in a ton of games, just to see how that scheduling pans out when we test many more titles. But until then, we also have the join button on Patreon if you want to become a Hardware Unboxed member, get access to
Edwin.
exclusive Discord server.
It's the
monthly live
podcast.
streams,
Obviously, we have a face cam right now.
and Q&A stuff. But if
I
not,
already finished my
that's
coffee.
perfectly
You're
fine,
late.
and I would like to thank you for watching this video.
Late.
I'm your host, Steve. See you next time.
$99.50, good, bad. It's basically a 7950 X3D that's slightly faster, 15% faster. So if you own a 7950 X3D, it's not worth getting. I'm really disappointed that they didn't have two X3D cores on it. It's only one CCD of X3D cores, which is one of the things I fault the 7950 X3D for, because it really depends on how good the PPM driver is. In the case of the 9950 X3D, there's no compromise, where before the X3D core runs at lower clock speed because the cache is on top, but now they flipped it over. So the cache is on bottom, so it's no longer an issue, which is actually pretty cool. But they didn't decide to have two X3D cores. Instead, they only have two CCDs, or one CCD X3D cores, and the other ones are just normal, which I guess is just saving them money. I'd actually say, so thinking about this more, guys, this result here where he showed that there's actually regression when they went, this is probably the closest thing we have to the testing of actual 8s.
Down to an 8-core.
Probably the closest thing we have to actually testing one CCD versus, or excuse me, two CCDs versus one CCD. What you're seeing here is games that benefit from SMT being on, which means the cores themselves are being overloaded. So these games down here probably would see an even bigger, they'd see an even bigger benefit from having all 16 cores accessible to them while SMT is disabled, while these here up at the top would benefit basically from having SMT disabled in the first place, because they're actually running into a thread contention issue. So, yeah, like, this is definitely a case where SMT is actually hurting things and kind of like where you need to test things out better, but they didn't actually do it. Unfortunately, like, I was excited for it, but then I thought, like, rumor was they're going to have two X3D CCDs, and then they basically dismissed that and said it doesn't matter, which dismissed my sale. So, it's the biggest biggest issue I had with the 7950 X3D was it only had one X3D CCD. And that's not what I'm actually paying for, right? What GPU am I currently using? A 4090. However, I kind of want a 5090, but now considering all the issues the 5090s are having, I don't think I'm actually going to. I don't think I'm actually going to purchase a 9950 X3D. Oh my God, TikTok apparently. Well, there's that. I didn't get the AFK warning, guys, because I was literally looking at a web page. Neat. Good job, TikTok. New AMD GPU is good. Yes, the 9070 XT is probably the best mid-range GPU you can buy right now for the price. Assuming you can get it at 600, it's actually a really good value. If you're purely looking for a ray tracing button, I mean, I guess still NVIDIA. You want to pay a premium for that, you can, but it still does ray tracing good enough. But at the same time, it also is not it's not bad. Like, it's not a bad deal. So, yeah, it still does. It basically drastically. It has the same performance. The 9070 XT has basically similar performance to the 7900 XT, but it costs less, and at the same time, it has better ray tracing performance. So it's just overall just a better GPU, and it's pretty fucking cheap comparably to the other options. So. I might just copy paste this to GN too. Hub is usually very dismissive when you criticize anything about their testing, even though it's not really criticizing as much as, I mean, it is kind of criticizing. FSR 4. FSR 4 is. We watched the review a couple days ago. FSR 4 actually is almost as good as DLSS 4, and DLSS 4 is much better than DLSS 3. So FSR 4, it's like the trade-off too. I don't even think it's worse. I think so. FSR 4 has more JGs in it, where DLSS 4 it's more smeared, but it is more stable. So you're going to notice a little bit more artifacting in FSR 4, but it's going to more look cleaner compared to DLSS 4, where it is slightly blurry, hazier, kind of smeared, or what's a good word for it that's not smeared? Soft. It's softer, but at the expense of, it's, well, not the expense of anything. It's just softer, and that might not appeal to you. I personally am not a fan of anti-aliasing, so having it off, or FSR 4 probably means it's just a better option. There are only certain games that work with FSR 4 right now, even though they have a drop-in. They have to have the DLL, which I guess AMD didn't completely think out. But now there are also other options, third-party mods, which allow you to add FSR 4 to any game that supports DLSS or ZES. So, yeah, that's also a thing too. Do you like motion blur? Motion blur can suck my dick. Post-processing in general is horrid. So it's motion blur, chromatic aberration, vignette, HDR, not the modder dimming HDR, but rather HDR post-processing, which is where it makes the game lighter and darker depending on if you come out of areas into like a cave, going into a cave or coming out of a cave, as well as depth of field. All can suck my dick. I fucking hate that. Like, they're trying to simulate what your eye does. It's like Fallout from the consoleization era, where they tried to add like shit to the game that's just like a filter they cake on top of it to make you feel like you're getting better, something better. It's just, I think everyone just universally hates it. It's like fake graphics. There are some cases for blur, like heat distortion. That's normal, right? But in the case of like blurring because you're moving so fast, you do that normally when you can't see shit. You don't need a game doing that for you. Everything they're trying to simulate is just stuff you could already do. Yeah, who likes fucking motion blur? Yeah, like, hey, look, guys, I got cataracts. I can't see the picture. This is so good. Wow, man. All right, we're probably going to get shit talked for it, but if it gets seen, post it anyways. Done. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look at Gamers Nexus now. We're just going to briefly cruise through the benchmarks because we watched everything else already.
It's been a really long couple weeks with the GPU reviews and all of the chaos following it, but the quick version up front today for the 9950X is up now, and this one.
So where's their 285K? So their 285K is shit as well. So they probably also didn't tweak it. The tech tubers that have tweaked the 285K, it actually is, I think, close to a 7800 X3D. Yeah, it's not the 9800 XT, but it's actually close to this. I don't know whether or not that's across the board because it's been a bit. I looked them in January.
This one had the AMD R9 9950X3D at 155 FPS.
Oh, by the way, before we do that, I am going to wash my coffee cup out and grab a soda. Be right back. Also, as far as using a camera goes, guys, I have limits of how long I can have contacts in before my eyes dry out, and I literally can't see shit anymore. So it's like contact no jitsu. I only have a certain amount of time that I can burn before I turn back into a pumpkin. It's like not contact. the Kaioken contact. There we go. It's a turbo mode that can only be used for so long before I turn back into a pumpkin. So, make the most of it, guys.
Technically becoming a new chart topper. The 9800 XOD was our chart topper last time, and is now functionally tied with the 9950 XOD as the best CPU on the chart. The good news is that the 9950 XOD doesn't appear to be suffering from its dual CCD approach, so parking is functioning properly, and the CPU is not hamstrung by its extra threads this time.
Heck, Hardware Unboxed just said that they no longer park cores. Did anyone actually verify that? I don't know, but they just said no longer, like, no longer in a problem from parked cores. Not parkour, parked cores. But, yeah, I don't know. Don't context moisturize your eyeballs. I guess, I don't know, I guess my eyes dry out or something to get stuck, shit stuck under them or something. Either way, I think it's worse.
Which we're using old data for that one, but should be no greater than 2 to 3% different based on our study of this test. And the amount that the X3D 7950 is outperforming it by is 29%. That's with the proper setup of the 7950 X3D this time. I
also am considering buying a new encoding GPU, assuming when the benchmarks come out for the B580 as far as video quality goes, I'm actually considering upgrading my GPU and my streaming PC. So maybe, I think it's only AV1 right now, so technically it'd be like YouTube, but that means other websites that I'm currently streaming to will also get an upgrade because I can only stream so many bits. I actually just ordered a bunch of shit from AliExpress. AliExpress, by the way, pretty cool. Hit or miss. You have to make sure you know what you're ordering or you're going to get fucked. So, otherwise you can get some stuff really fucking cheap comparably to the US. You just have to make sure you know what you want and you know what you're going to get, or you're going to get screwed by it. But, yeah, kind of excited for that. Whether or not it works or not remains to be seen. But, yeah.
Compared to the 9950X at 101 FPS.
Well, I would actually think the main one that benefits is Trovo?
Is closer to the 7950X for performance, which makes sense. This game really benefits from the extra cache, it looks like. In fact, an easy example of this is the 5700X3D versus the 5600X3D. In some games, the 5600X3D outperforms the 573D because of its higher clock rate. In this instance, though, the cache and the core count's more beneficial than the frequency. The 5800X3D remains
you mean just
up at 120 FPS.
So you put contact solution in your contacts before you put them in. That's the same thing. And once they're sealed to your eye, it's not going to matter. I don't think putting your eyeballs underneath the seat faucet is the best approach there. Normally, you wash your eyes out with a solution, a contact solution or saline solution of some kind. You know, non-tap water that doesn't have chlorine in it.
9800X3D outrank it by about 30%. As for Intel, it remains uncompetitive here. The 285K is getting crushed by two prior
my eyeballs are
Intel
dirty.
generations,
Yeah, should I use soap on them too?
discussed in that review. And that's with new Windows updates. Stellaris is one of our favorite CPU benchmarks discussed in that review.
But they also have to update the firmware. Do they update the firmware to the latest version? And then, what's the other one? It's specific cores, and I don't know if the firmware catches all of them, as well as specific cores as in core speed, not as megahertz, not as opposed to like turning cores on or off, as well as memory speed.
Windows updates. Stellaris is one of our favorite CPU benchmarks because it looks at time rather than frame rate, which is the most tangible to a user and most directly influenced by the CPU.
Brush? Should I use a layer brush? Just to make sure it's extra clean.
Map, Galactic Civilizations 4 with turn pacing.
I hear Metal is fantastic interfacing with Flesh. So.
See value here. For Stellaris, the 9800 XOD and 9950 XOD both perform at the top of the chart. The 9800 XOD outperformed the 9950 XOD with a reduction in simulation time of 5%. That's near error, but not quite. This seems to be a combination of a higher base clock and utilization. The 9950 X3D is definitely working as expected, though, because it's outperforming the 9950X significantly. The simulation time requirement drops by almost 15% from 32.3 seconds to 27.6 seconds. This is the one game where Zen 5 in particular had stronger gains over Zen 4, with the 9700X doing well here and proving that. That's from IPC uplift overall, where Zen 5 has benefited. Intel's 285K is competitive with the 7800X3D and 9700X at least. The 14900K and 14700K are within error of each other. In Dragon's Dogma 2, the 9950X3D leads the chart. It landed at 132 FPS average here.
I hear you turn into a zombie if you use bath salts.
Relevant and unnoticeable to an end user, 3.2%. Both CPUs lead all of Intel's, although Intel at least lands its prior 2 generations ahead of the 7950X3D and the 7800X3D.
The tweaked 285K beats their older generations, by the way.
Cache, with the 9950X3D leading the 9950X by 46%, and the 9800X3D leading the 9700X, although they have other differences, by 41%. Dragon's Dogma 2 remains heavy on CPUs and NPC-intensive areas. The 285K continues to impress with how much of a downgrade it is from not only AMD's current generation, but Intel's past generations. And so it looks like
Launch version of 285K was pretty bad.
And everything else, our conclusions are more or less the same on the Ultra 200.
There's some dirty chips, guys. Those are some dirty, dirty chips.
To this chart. We noticed that performance on older generations doesn't appear to have changed much. At most, there might be about a 5% change here, but we don't think so. Even with that, though, anything's an upgrade. We just wanted to put them on here in case it's a helpful reference. Intel has seen the most upgrades since our last round of tests in this game. This game has gotten updates, so it's possible that those were targeted at Intel. It got uplift here as a result. Windows updates could also affect it. We consistently saw uplift across Intel CPUs in this specific game, and that's shifted the relative ranking of the 14th and the 13th gen against the 7800X3D. Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail's up now. In this one, the 9800X3D ran at 380 FPS average, with the 9950X3D at 373 FPS average. We observed relatively wide run-to-run variance in some of these results, so the error bars are wider than typical. The 9800X3D leads the 9950X3D by just 2%, so they're functionally equal here. The 9950X3D also bests its 9950X non-3D variant by
2,000 comments, guys. Hard to get your posts seen.
About 16% in average frame rate. The 1% lows are also significantly improved, indicating that frame time pacing keeping up with improvements in the average frame rate is what we're seeing here with the 9950X3D. The improvement over the 7950X3D is 5.8%, not a lot there. Intel's closest CPUs don't appear until the 14900K at 310 FPS average. This is mostly interesting because there was a time when Final Fantasy's prior benchmark versions were entirely dominated by Intel, with a clean division halfway down the chart, which is actually what we're seeing now favoring AMD.
There's the 5700 X3D, guys, which is basically the equivalent of a 5800 X3D, more or less.
Underperforms against its prior 2 generations. There was no change in performance against last time for the 285K. Intel's one advantage in this test is frame time pacing, where the 0.1% lows indicate that Intel's CPUs generally have more consistent frame-to-frame intervals than AMD's in this game, although not by an amount that change your experience in a notable way. The 5600X3D outperforms the 5700X3D in this game. This has been known and is because of higher clock speeds on the 5600X3D, which proves valuable in this game versus the extra cores. At 1440p, the top of the chart truncates as a result of GPU limitations on the 4090.
That'll happen.
We'll move to the 5090 for a full revamp of our CPU testing for the next major architecture release. But for now, this is where we cap out. We're sure this is deeply disappointing to all 12 of you who have an RTX 5090.
Why the fuck are they testing 1440p?
The 9800X3D and the 9950X3D are about the same once again.
So,
the 7950X3D
the whole reason you do CPU testing, guys, and you don't GPU bottleneck is because there are chances that there will be a 6000. Oh, they're testing with the 4090 too. There are chances at which there will be a 6090 or 5090 in the future that will be faster, and all of a sudden this bottleneck here disappears. It's one of the reasons you test at lower resolutions. More so that you have like the old written websites of the websites, tech websites, tech review websites of would actually test at even 720p. Do they expect you to play at 720p? No. It's another way of scaling everything down so that you aren't GPU bottlenecked, because you never want to be GPU bottlenecked when you're CPU testing. Why these guys are testing a 1440p, I don't know, because it drastically limits the whole reason you're testing the CPU in the first place. And also one of the reasons I'm kind of losing faith in some tech tubing. But I think these guys used to test 1080p, and then they're like, well, everyone uses 1440p. Why wouldn't we do it in the first place? Everyone in the comment section is complaining about not using 1440p. There's a reason you don't use 1440p, because you're just showing a GPU bottleneck. That's not testing the CPU. And you will have faster GPUs in the future. Guaranteed, you'll have faster GPUs in the future, unless we basically, well, I mean, considering the way climate's going right now, there might not be, 5 years from now, there might not be GPUs anymore, but other than that, you're generally testing a CPU bottleneck, and you have to worry about that. For now, you want to expect, you can pretty much expect there's going to be new GPUs next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, right?
Previously heavy CPU games like Dragon's Dogma 2 but otherwise, a lot of the times you'll get the most uplift from a GPU. Starfield is up next. In this one, we had the 99.
Now we have 1080p low. So what?
Average,
Did they just test 1440p?
About the
They tested 1000. Okay. So they did test 1080p, but then they went to 1440p, which isn't even worth. It's like a huge waste of time. Would have been actually better to see 720p as opposed to 1440p. Even then, I don't even think it matters.
9800X CPU games leading the 9800X to these 165 FPS by 3%. The 9800X.
They also trying to show the difference between what you can expect to have right now with the 4090 versus
had as revolutionary of a gain as we've seen in some of the other benchmarks.
theoretical, well, not theoretical, future performance.
7800X 2D improving upon its prior round result in a meaningful way. However, because of the improvements we're seeing in prior generations, the 285K now falls back behind Intel's 14900K in this test. The 285K still regresses and generally embarrasses Intel, trailing even the 13700K at times.
You have to tweak it.
Intel has continually tweaked its microcode on these prior generations, so it's possible that they rolled out a microcode that had lost some performance at some point, and they've regained some now in the 1413 series. We've updated BIOS to the newest version for each round, so that is.
So they did update their BIOS in this case.
Each time we run these benchmarks.
But once again, if you look at some of the 285K tweaked benchmarks, let's take a quick peek here, because I definitely have looked at them. 85K tweak. Months later, which is the one? Obviously, they sucked at launch. That's not what we're looking at. More FPS, full guide. I'm watering PSUs. Found the missing performance in games, big performance gains, J2 cents. Where's the one that I watched? Just overclock? How to fix Intel Core Ultra Performance.
Processors. So in summary, the tweaks that I recommend making to extract max performance from your Intel Core Ultra 9 285K are: 1. Install high-speed RAM, turn XMP on, and adjust memory sub-timings. 2. Overclock performance and efficient cores. 3. Overclock ring ratio, NGU fabric.
These are the important ones right here, and I don't know if these are included in the firmware updates. This is the important stuff. Like I said, there's specific clocks that you have to overclock, and I can't remember those off the top of my head. This is a no-brainer. Most people are going to do this. This is kind of a no-brainer. Most people probably won't do this. This is something that's really niche, but really, really matters.
And D2D interface. And 4. Set power profile in BIOS, set power plan in Windows, and turn memory integrity off.
Generic tweak, that doesn't matter at all. So, he basically tried to min-max his performance, and it improved it quite a bit. When I looked at, does he actually have benchmarks here?
Starting with the smallest and ending in the largest. When implemented together, the boost in performance is around 8%, which is significant. As you can see in the table, one of the largest increases in performance came from overclocking the E-cores, which isn't surprising given the increase.
That's not going to matter in gaming performance, by the way. Most games don't use E-cores. Some do, but most don't.
Threading has been removed. It's also important to point out that many of these tweaks are synergistic, so although they don't appear to have an impact on performance when implemented individually, they do help lower latency, improve performance, and lower temps when implemented together. One important point to re-emphasize is that the performance boost that you're able to achieve will be heavily dependent upon silicon quality.
Yeah, I mean, that's overclocking performance right there. One with actual... I've definitely looked at one with benchmarks. I typed in tweaker, and it literally showed someone on their lawn tweaking out that's obviously on drugs. Cool. Let's see. Tech Yes City is a little bit more known.
Today we are going to be revisiting the Intel.
Let's see. What does he get down? Just reviewing motherboards. Have any benchmarks? He said you can see what he benchmarked here. Then where are the results? But also he doesn't say whether or not he tweaked the specific core values are very important. The megahertz values are very important. There's a regression. That's Windows 10. Always a good sign, guys, when older versions of Windows do better. Good job, Microsoft.
X at 124 FPS average, the 9950 X2D improves by 37%. That's one of the larger gains. Of course, if you're not going to use the extra cores, the 9800 X2D makes more sense for value. Cyberpunk 2077 is back in our CPU test suite again with the Phantom Liberty expansion. Tested at 1080p medium here, the 9800 X2D and the 9950 X2D both ran at about 219 FPS average, and we're well within run-to-run variance at only fractions of a frame per second apart.
Actual GPU cap in, well, maybe.
But not by much. It'd be roughly the same
I take
experience
that back.
as these two.
Maybe not
The
cap.
lead of the 9950 X2D over the 9950X is 37% again, matching some of the other games we've seen. The Intel 200 series outdoes the prior generations here sometimes, finally, with the 285K at 170 FPS average. Unfortunately, that's still below the AM4 5700X2D and 5600X3D, but at least it's a little better than its last gen stuff. F124 at 1080p is up now as the last game for today. This one has the 9950 X2D and 9800 X2D again roughly tied, with the 7800 X2D not far behind.
That's a graphics card.
The 9950 X2D leads the 9950X non-3D variant by 29%, slightly reduced from the advantage seen in other games. We might be hitting a GPU limit here. Intel's 14900K is the closest competition it has, released in 2023, with the 285K from last year, end of year, down at 9950X levels. The 5600 X2D and 5700 X2D results again show that this game likes frequency and IPC to some extent. 1440p is almost exactly the same in the bottom half, with the top switching around due to GPU overhead and limitations on GPU scaling. The 5800 X2D falls down the ranks as the 14th and 13th gen handle the overhead a little better with more stable frame time pacing, which helps with the average. Otherwise, things are about the same, sans limitations of scaling for the 9950 X3D. We're moving on to production tests now. This is where the 16-core CPUs do well. Historically, we've seen the X3D variants
And Intel tends to do better.
Perform against the non-X3D parts due to power allocation.
Because they have a gigantic amount of E-cores.
Extra cache doesn't help in our testing here normally. There's a few situations, but we'll see if the 9950 X3D breaks the general trend. Blender testing hasn't changed since our October round. We ran validation on several CPUs and the results came out basically identically, so we can keep a lot of data for more comparisons. This should help those of you on older hardware because we've got more present here. The 9950 X3D required 6.6 minutes to complete the render, which is about tied with the 9950X. It was technically faster, but in reality, these are tied. That's good news for the X3D part, though, because past X3D CPUs, like the 7950 X3D, have been technically slightly slower than their non-3D variants. That's not because of scheduling or parking, but because the frequency was just slower in an all-core workload.
They also have an artificially reduced maximum cap where an 8-core 7800 X3D was 82 watts, I think. Whereas by default, the 7950 X3D I think is 130, which obviously is like 66% of the power budget per core, right?
Another good example is the 7800 X3D, which was slower than the 7700X by time required, or the 5800 X3D, which also required more time than the 5800X. The 9950 X3D was the first to break this trend in a big way. Technically, the 9800 X3D looked like it was doing that against the 9700X, but the power target was what brought most of the change. The 9950 X3D outperforms the 285K here with about a 7% reduction in total time required to complete the render. Chromium Code Compile on Windows is another where the data set hasn't changed, so we were able to salvage it after validation. The 9950 X3D required 81 minutes to complete the compile, which is comparable to the time required for the 9950X, but technically improved. This puts it marginally ahead of the freshly retested 285K, with a reduction in time required to compile from 285K to 9950 X3D of 4.7% less time required. The 14900K required 88 minutes here, with the 265K at 98 minutes. The 9950 X3D is the new leader in our compile test. This
Okay.
is not going to be representative of every
Not a
type of
huge-
code compile, just like none of these tests is
Yeah,
representative
yeah.
of every angle of the use case. However, the way we test it,
Not huge
9950
into-
is the new leader, short of going to Threadripper. Data for compression and decompression can't be salvaged.
Production
so it's all-
benchmarks.
That's it. You've got the numbers. This will be one of those where we let you make the decision based on the numbers we've just presented. The quick version, again, is that for gaming, basically think of it like a 9800 X2D. We didn't run into any major issues with the 9950 X2D. That in and of itself is kind of an accomplishment for AMD. They've really struggled over the years with the dual CCDs where one has X3D with the extra cache on it. Over the years,
Nelson
it's
has not
taken
looked
some
at it
time
again.
to get to a place where it is not regressive and where it's a little easier to set up. And so the 9950 X2D does appear to do that in our experience so far, and that is a major improvement for AMD. It's taken them some generations to get there, so good on them for that. If you are building only a gaming computer, it's
So
really
in
simple.
summary, the tweaks that I
You've got
recommend
a
making
budget
to
for
extract
looking
max
at stuff
performance
this
from your
expensive,
Intel Core
I think you should actually scale it
Fabric
down
and
go for
D2D.
a 9800 X2D. The reason is it's just not
Set
that
power
big of a
plan-
difference.
Ring overclocking and geofabric
They
and
can trade
D2D
places with each other.
interface.
So if
Ring,
it's purely
OC.
gaming and you
you
really
fabric.
don't explicitly know that you need those extra cores, we think you go with the
And
9800 X2D,
D2D
save some money.
interface.
Intel is out of this conversation right now. They are not a part of the high-end, expensive CPU for gaming build scenario at the moment. So they're just absent. And the 9950X non-3D makes sense still if you're doing a production-heavy build where you don't have a use case that explicitly uses that extra cache. There's definitely use cases like that out there.
No one's
We see a
criticizing
little bit
AMD
of
for
that in
only
some of our
having one
7-zip, compression-
one CCD
compression
with
testing,
X3D
but
cache on it.
For the most part, the things we test, it doesn't tend to benefit from the extra cache in non-gaming scenarios. So really where this, like the other X3D 16-core parts, shines is a more limited use case, and there's still a lot of you out there who do this, where you have some mix of really heavy production and of really heavy gaming. So if you do stuff like a lot of compression, decompression, maybe you render things on the CPU
Didn't
for
test
one reason
PBO.
or another, maybe you are heavy into Premiere, as an example, or you do a lot of code compiles. We've got charts for all those. And if you then, when you're done with all that work, play games that don't want a super high frame rate, that's kind of the use case for this. If you're one camp or the other exclusively, then you can save some money by doing a 98X3D or a 9950.
They didn't test the
And
turbo
then, of
mode
course,
at all.
Threadripper's on the other side, which we have separate reviews for that. It's not in these charts. So that's pretty much it for the fast recap. We wouldn't pay more than MSRP for this. CPUs tend to stick closer to that. They are still going to have stupid prices from either some retailers or from third-party sellers on those retailers and their marketplaces. You've got all the numbers. You can make a decision and look at the value, think about if you like it or not. But for us, that is going to be it for this one. We've got a lot of content lined up, even though there's going to be a bit of a break on production for us. So
Yeah.
bit of a production pause where part of what we're doing is for some of the time, we're going to focus on some new testing methods, some new chart styles that I'm working on.
Ah,
Some new
chart
fun.
styles.
So we do this about 4 times a year. We halt production for a little bit, overhaul things, and kind of get it prepped and do some fun stuff to keep it fresh in the testing and do new things. And then for the other part of that,
Gamers Nexus tends to focus heavily on power numbers and thermals, and not like they went through like a whole what would you call that,
Otherwise, we've got a ton of content lined up for it.
autistic phase with it, where they just kind of completely overvalued it, and I don't think most people even care,
So anyway, thanks for watching.
but
We'll
they
have
did.
an article
So
version of this review up pretty soon if you want to check that out on gamersnexus.net. Jimmy on the team has been converting all of these reviews very quickly over on the site if you want the written reference to have something quick to go through and all the charts. And let us know what you think of the 9950X3D. But
no,
is-
it's not a complete
that's gonna
package
be
because they
all.
only give you one
Thanks for
X3D
watching.
cache.
Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersnexus.net to help us out directly. We'll see you all next time.
Honestly, forgot these even existed with all the GPU drama. That's because Gamers Nexus, they also went heavily into GPU drama, or just, excuse me, drama in general. Because as it turns out, the value, tech tubing itself goes on basically 2-year breaks after an initial launch, which was basically the last 4 months or so. They go on a break, and then basically there's nothing new for 2 years, so basically you have to come up with content to release in the meantime. And Gamers Nexus decides to focus on drama. So we're on this tech tips we don't even visit, techtainment we don't even visit, mainly because it's just kind of pointless. And in this case, you know, there's actually something going on here, but you need something to fill the void, guys. Okay. So end case scenario, 9950 X3D, faster than 7950 X3D, fixes some of the problems with the 7950 X3D, but still does not have two X3D cores on it, X3D CCDs on it, and as such, that is a disservice because there would be no downside to the end user, and you just get a benefit for any game that uses more than 8 cores for your 16-core gaming processor. Yeah. Even if they're few and far between, that's what you're paying money for, right? So, okay. I wanted to take a look at that, guys. We're going to slip into... we're going to play some Gamaz now. Enough of the podcast, guys. I know you guys like looking at this beautiful face, but... Alrighty. Still dropping frames on YouTube? What? That's not where we want to be. Let's see if we can fix that real quick. I'm dropping a shitload of frames now. I think it's going to fix itself. I'll have to keep monitoring that, guys. Okay. Oh, no, it's dropping again. Let's see. Really doesn't like me streaming to YouTube for some reason. Try that. Maybe. Okay. I'm gonna go grab, take my contacts out, guys. I'll be back 1 second. Alrighty. So, definitely not going for 9950 XRD this round, guys. Unless they release a special edition with 2 CCDs. But by the time they do that, they're probably going to release the 10,000 series. Might not even serve a purpose at that unless they get it out the door right away. Since this is already 6 months after the release, and release cycles are usually 2 years. We're already a quarter of the way into the release cycle for these chips. Ah. Lovely.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Ah. My mind is sharp. What kind of games we're gonna get today, guys? I mean, I guess if I get a new encoding GPU, I could stream to Twitter too. I don't know what the benefit would be of streaming to Twitter. Seems like it only really benefits you if you have a shitload of people on your Twitter that follow you, and I don't really have a bunch of people that follow me. I joined Twitter way too late, and I even use it even after I joined up until when Musk took over, because it's a giant fucking echo chamber. There's people saying the same shit, patting themselves on the back. Like fucking LinkedIn. LinkedIn's not real, guys. Like, if you ever look at the conversations on LinkedIn, they aren't real people. They literally aren't real people. They're just bots, corporate bots. I mean, that's actually the case, so.
This world is full of dangers I could never have imagined.
Basically work culture.
4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Sayonara.
A nice deep freeze.
Sayonara, sniper.
Double KO.
Farewell.
They kill my entire back line. Good. They just walked over our entire back line. Black Panther's still alive, too.
A nice deep freeze.
You're mine. Sayonara.
Better stop that vehicle. They made it halfway.
I don't know why our teammates ran away.
See them? Right there.
I don't give up. Step aside.
I suck.
Thought I was gonna get heals, guys, and we did not. Fucking Christ.
There's still a chance to stop them.
You're mine.
Huh.
This is natural anger.
Bro.
The life force wants to heal you.
Like, literally, like, 4v1.
I wasn't done with
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
What a difference.
Oh, it's unfortunate they turned.
Help is here. You don't have to fight. I am healed. You made
Unfortunate. Well, this is a one-sided match, guys. Not necessarily because I can't kill shit either. There's just too much dead weight on our team.
Thanks for everything.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Yeah.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
disgrace. Sayonara.
Do it. Do it. Got her. Uh-huh. Yep. Oh, that's beautiful. Keep doing that.
Tremble before fast.
Didn't take the right amount of damage, just interrupted my shift.
I step aside.
Good.
It's someone called Dr. Strange.
I'm strange. But dead.
Out of sight.
Use your sleep already?
You betrayed my trust, Mantis. There is a price for that.
Rise, my friends.
No!
Sayonara.
Hey guys, can I get a heal?
I'll patch you up. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Bro. And everyone is keenly aware that I'm the only one doing anything on our team at this point. I suppose the storm even got a limbs.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
What a difference.
Damn it. Fuck off. Fucking magic swung at us. You'd be dead right now if you didn't.
Let's stop that vehicle.
I'm hit. My melee miss?
We are
Is slowing my melee?
unbeatable.
Sayonara.
Christ.
Don't mess with the amazing. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Now or never. Stop them.
My hunt continues.
Is a shark actually complaining about dying 3 times? There's no fucking way.
That's better. Sayonara.
Patch you up. Hey, team. Enjoy the amplifier.
Uh,
Sayonara.
Double KO. That's 3.
What a difference.
no? Okay.
Sayonara.
Is this guy really trying to BM when we just had shipbirds on our team the entire game? No way. Look guys, I can do a slow walk. Get shot again. Yep.
We are undefeatable.
Out of sight.
Tremble before fast.
You're mine.
Hurricane incoming. I unleash the Vishanti's power. Rise, my friend.
And instant dead. Should have just ran away from the Jeff. If you get into a sustain argument with the Jeff, he's gonna win.
Farewell.
Which is where we ended up, the sustain battle.
Hitting harder than ever.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Farewell. And so your story ends. You're mine. They got behind you.
No revenge? Dude, their entire team is literally working around fucking me. It'd be great if our teammates actually did something.
My comrade. That's better. Out of sight.
Bro.
We are undefeatable!
Hey, team! Enjoy the amplifier! Hell unleashed! You're mine! Hurricane incoming!
Get shot in the back.
Perfect!
Bro. Just aggroed her to me.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Fortunately, he's brought to the front line.
Born again!
Any tips? Don't have no regs, which isn't something you can actually prevent at all. Dead.
Only 60 seconds left.
Second chance is over.
Out of sight.
So many of them.
Solo ult as a defensive ult.
Step aside.
Already in hard focus now. don't have no regs. I stopped playing Black Panther specifically because when you don't register with them, you literally just die. That's basically the way it goes. That's it. With Psylocke, when you get no regs or damage reduction, you can actually survive. Black Panther, you're fucked up. What do you mean, question marks? I'm playing Jeff, man. It was totally balanced. Fuck off, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here. Like, literally, if you can't tell that game was completely imbalanced in terms of teammates, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the first 4/5 of the match, we literally didn't have a defensive line at all besides me occasionally killing someone. It wasn't even until we got past point 2 at which basically we had kind of a stagnation. And the game's already over at that point. Fuck those guys. But yeah, Black Panther I haven't touched since beta. I learned very early on how painful it is when basically his stuff doesn't work out properly. Maybe we'll revisit him at some point, but he's too prone to error when things get fucked up. He doesn't have enough escapes. All your escapes are basically used for damage, and then you're fucked.
The right heroes could
So if you don't get resets, you're absolutely fuckered. Super screwed, guys. Like mega hardcore screwed. You sit there and you're like, oh look, I can mouse one, and then you die. Good stuff. But yeah, I don't have any specific tips. I'm not a Black Panther player. I don't. I just know the innate flaws with this character that make him unenjoyable to play. That being said, I have seen some Black Panthers that are really fucking annoying, especially if you don't have good teammates. I played Iron Man a lot when I was in lower MMR, but I'd actually say Black Panther could 100% carry you to higher MMR. At least. GM in general is kind of like a shitland, though, of like, it's like plat and gold all over again. But can get you to GM where people can't aim, they can't kill you, they can't respond to you in time.
To stop them from securing the mission area.
If we save all timelines, perhaps I can finally return to my own.
Two people were actually saw me in FOV when they walked past me just now.
Out of sight.
Bro! She just accidentally get down Mr. President, that fucking guy. He doesn't even know how he got saved. He's just like, what's going on here, man?
Out of sight.
Get down, Mr. President! Oh, I got headshot.
I'm vulnerable.
Well, so far we seem to have... I don't want to say too loudly, but games have seemed pretty promising as far as hit registration goes, so... Maybe?
The enemy has arrived. Sayonara.
Bro, he just fucked up my assassination. Go get ourselves a defensive ult. There it goes. She's dead anyways. She didn't know she actually had to go to teammates.
Run the exploding plasma.
Farewell.
Whoop. There's a lot more over there than I thought. Agani. I just got stuck on something, I don't know what it...
Farewell.
Oh, those moves.
Out of sight.
I like the cold. You're mine.
Farewell.
Assassinated.
Double KO.
He's got out of range, I think, remove bond from her.
That's 3.
I don't know, guys. Things feel pretty good today.
Sayonara.
Yeah.
Farewell.
He knows I'm here. No.
Farewell.
I don't know how he... Well, he just snapshot me in cloak directly, which is at height, which generally indicates he's cheating. Not good.
My favorite time.
A nice deep freeze. Be strong together.
You pay for your transgressions. Out of sight.
Down to 30 seconds.
Rise, my friends.
thought there's a charge time on that.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Born again!
And headshot. Body.
Rise, my friends!
Actually looks like shit, but we're assassinating people, so there's that.
Has arrived.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Sayonara. I've located a
You wanted to kick me. There we go. Bonded.
I am ready to put on a show.
Rewound. I don't know why she didn't combo me just now.
That's better.
A nice deep
Stock. Getting a lot of rewinds right now.
Step aside.
Oh, too much shit.
Some pep in my step.
My hunt continues.
Oh my god. Probably dead. I should, if I went for the med kit, I would have lived.
only 60 seconds left.
Just fucking accidentally kill me.
I have reawakened. Step
I 100% would have lived if I went for med kit. Went line of sight.
Rise, my friends!
Fucked off.
out of sight.
Second chance is over.
Shooting through this guy? Lots of shooting through that guy.
You're mine.
Final 10 seconds.
Shift was, actually shift just came up.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
My life cannot be your mine. We lost Namor. You're mine.
Keep reading now. Stop them.
Farewell.
Getting focus now.
Someone is attacking from afar. You're mine.
Stop that vehicle. Or a dagger.
Literally dodging shots in the middle of this shit, guys.
I am ready
Oh.
to put on a show.
And one shot.
Us against the world.
I have reawakened. You're mine.
C9. Dude, their entire team was literally based around trying to stop me from doing anything. Every single thing they fucking did was based around me. They just kept trying to dive the backline hard. Hilarious. Alright. We're gonna give my computer a reboot, guys. Booty boot boot. You can actually buy a 99.50 XD right now on Amazon. Huh. Neweg's already sold out. If you're interested. Do 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 do. Login session has expired. It has not. Be that way. You love when you start Windows and there's like a box that opens in the bottom left corner of your screen and you have no idea what it is. It's like in the a window that tries to hide itself but doesn't completely do that because it's actually under the taskbar. But I don't have a taskbar on the bottom, so it's not actually hidden from me. Uh-huh. One of many things. Do 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 do.
The right heroes could make
I don't think there's a lot of hype for the 99.50 XD since it's just basically a more expensive 9800 XD now. If it had 2 CCDs, maybe, but it doesn't. Like, what the fuck is AMD thinking, let alone the 9900 XD?
Enemies can become friends, but only if we show our foes respect.
How did Jeff skip the screen, guys? Question.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
Gokigenyo. Are you an Oni? Think so?
Right in the booty, guys. Look at that thick booty. With tail? Oh my god.
Hi.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
We have demons to slay. What are we waiting for?
Well, who have we here?
Bro, she didn't use her sleep the entire time. I didn't think she was gonna sleep at all. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Brain dead.
I'm back. You're mine. My hunt.
Trying to peel off of the group. I don't even know if that is a name. Whether it be kiting, it's not really kiting. Where you try to peel off of the onion itself. Peeling generally implies a defensive tactic, but you use it for offense too. A res right away. I just got rewound. Need to fix that, guys. When I'm that far behind. Is there a med over here? There's one back there. Tough little bro, no one cares. Now they're just snowballing and we need to stop it. Right there. Waited too long. You can tell this is like a Discord kitten or something. She doesn't match the skill level of the other people in the group. Bro. Call them carry in Dead by Daylight when you could pick out the player that's clearly way above their pay grade and their friends are just basically carrying them. It's Dead by Daylight, you could actually use it as a way of defeating people. In this case, not so much. I mean, you still can, it's just not nearly as important. Fucking pre-made shit, guys. Yep, and we got levers now because they know it's a pre-made pub stomp, which is why it's so lopsided. See.
Out of sight.
Here you go. Immediately came over because the yacked and voice comms. Immediately hard commed.
I'm back. Step aside.
It's now or never. Stop them.
What a difference.
Only so much I can do alone, guys. Our teammates are all dead weight. And we're playing against a pre-made pub stomp group.
My hunt.
Stop that vehicle.
You need at least one other good person on your team. Doesn't matter. We're gonna die before we get a chance to use it. I'm not gonna use it. Our teammates are fucking trash. Maybe the tank's good? Not the venom, the creature.
We are undefeatable. They are coming from behind. Well, you can expect to them all.
No one thought that's a good game, bro. Yeah, that's 100% a pre-made. I think we're just going to leave it. That's basically, at this point, the SPMM can't actually make up for the fact that our teammates are shit, so we're just going to leave the next one that's a steamroll. That's the second one in the roll that's a steamroll. The last one we were actually able to bring back, and that one we could not. That was nowhere, any way, shape, or form close. Because they just start hard-comming you. And golds can kill, 6 golds can kill one fucking top 500 player. There's like nothing you can do about it. They'll just follow you around like a train and eventually kill you. There is nothing you can do to make up for that. $99.50 XTD is now in stock at Newegg. I don't even think they're going to sell out. Maybe they will. For people that were waiting. I don't think there's most people were waiting for the 16-core models, though.
It'll be just like the old days, Namor. You mean when you humans set the surface world ablaze with your weapons of destruction? Lovely. Wow, when you put it like that, it really kills the nostalgia.
All eyes
True.
over here. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Among us. Help get that destination.
Enemy in front of us.
Step aside. What a difference.
Jumped off the edge. I think he was trying to abduct me. Bud.
You lose, Steve. Sayonara.
Guys following me.
I require help.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Bro, that was around the fucking corner.
Double KO.
I require help. Sayonara. Here they come now.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Hey, bud. He actually saw me. No. And I just got interrupted and rewound.
People reach the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Much better when we have teammates that are working with us, isn't it, guys? Much, much better.
Sayonara.
Your powers are mine! By the...
They do need to fix, like, the Spider-Man snapping through walls and shit when he doesn't have line of sight.
My heart.
Yeah. We're gonna have to do something
I'll
about
go.
that.
Because there's literally nothing I can do about that. In the rare case I can actually see him, I can potentially dash out. Or kill him before he kills me, which is also very rare.
Step aside.
All eyes over here.
Warping around, too. I wonder if it's one of those characters that's good to play on higher ping. Yeah?
Going.
Trying to Reddit me.
Out of sight.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Hey.
Sayonara.
Hey.
Your day ends, demon. That's better.
We make a good team.
Got their tank staggered. One of their tanks staggered.
Step aside.
Tremble before it dies!
Dude, this fucking Spider-Man is jerking all over the place because he's laggy.
That's a problem. But also I feel more...
Apparently, he lagged enough where he actually attached his... If I'm cloaked, guys, he can't do that. So, he's so laggy that on his screen I hadn't cloaked yet, and he attached his zip line to me. Which then tracked her to me while I was cloaked. Bro.
Enemy has arrived.
I wish you could see people's pings so you could guilt them about it, too. You had a huge disadvantage, guys. When you're getting up above 100 MS, you should be at a huge disadvantage at games. It's not always the case depending on the engine. Tried to shoot me through the wall, which is interesting. Wait. Not res anyone? Thanks, Loki. I couldn't have done that without you. That's not what I wanted to point out. No, no dash, guys.
My hunt continues. Step aside. Sayonara.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You're mine.
No resource, guys. Ran away, too.
Get that vehicle moving again!
My hunt continues. Step aside.
The emanations of power here.
Stand clear so Zero can get through.
God.
Step aside. This will do nicely.
Tremble before fast!
That's better.
You better get a look behind. That's fucking hurt! To the Weaver without delay.
Sayonara. I will get you where you need to go, Spider Zero. Mind over matter.
I apparently missed that. Bro. Alright, I guess we'll take ourselves a Black Panther.
This will do nicely.
Hey.
Reborn once more. Step aside.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Watch your face!
Step aside.
We will guide Spider-Zero to the Weaver.
Patch you up.
What a difference. A shame this is your last round, Lord of the
Double kill!
Born again!
Farewell.
And RPGs.
I have reawakened your mind.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Alt just for me.
Don't mess with the amazing...
Oh.
Great taste. My light cannot be snuffed.
I wonder if they figured out how far away you have to be so they don't actually hear him opening a portal.
If we hope to reach Budokan, we need to move. Out of sight.
Your powers are mine!
Down to 30 seconds.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Fear Magneto! Tremble before...
Dead. Other guy's still alive.
10 seconds.
God. Hyper focus.
Get that vehicle moving again. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Still did phenomenal. The Namor just had a lot of KBs. That's it. A lot of limbs. Absolutely phenomenal. But we started getting focus, guys, and it didn't matter. Let's see. Things still feel kind of janky here. Let's try something real quick here. It's not that funny. Do 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 do. Alrighty. Let's see. Do wonder what that box is that opens when I start my computer. Funny. What's a funny, squirrel girl? Yeah? Why do we not have an instant QE?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. Enemies can become friends, but only
They'll be
if you
coming in
show
30
false
seconds.
respect.
Stay strong. You're mine.
You lead a legion of yokai?
Uh-huh.
Demons where I come from, but yes. How do you ensure they remain loyal to your cause? Some respect me, but most fear their queen. I'm fine either way.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Here they come now.
Part of me just wants to get back home, but I know I'm needed
Hopefully shooting through him.
What a difference. Turn back.
I just got shot flying away. I don't know if this is better, guys. Like I mentioned before, I'm pretty sure my video card's dying. It's just taking its sweet-ass fucking time to die. I don't even know if this is better.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
What a difference.
What? Oh, look, Helena. I thought we cross-killed. Double headshot.
Next time, you may not be no swimming away now, little fish. More name or
Little bish?
there goes one of them.
Sound like you called her a bish. Fuck, just...
Out of sight.
That rewind
You paid for
was insane.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Ah.
Double kill.
Step aside.
Go over there. Actually looks like shit, guys.
As expected. I'm back. You're mine.
Feels like we're shooting through people where we weren't before.
Out of sight.
Definitely shooting through him.
Sayonara.
In your face, loser!
A nice deep freeze.
What the fuck is that, guys?
Lovely. Step aside. Now I might survive this.
He just decides to turn around and look at the fucking corner? Yeah? Yeah, a good 8-second delay going on there. Alright, little bro.
60 seconds left.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Bring on the chaos.
Oh, that's not gonna work. Shift and come up.
I don't step aside.
Weird, because I've been using the current configuration I'm currently using for weeks, and it was fine, and now it's shit. I have no idea why. Oh. No, we didn't get that.
A nice deep freeze. Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I have reawakened. You're mine.
Better stop that vehicle.
Here they are, the fools.
Sayonara. You're mine.
And we got a team that's following us around.
I needed that.
I like the cold.
Sayonara.
Better stop that vehicle.
Shooting through people, guys. I don't think this is the play or the configuration.
Look behind you.
I am ready
Worse.
to put on
It
a
was
show.
most definitely worse. But why is it worse? I don't know.
A nice deep freeze. They hit a checkpoint. Now might
Just
be a good
is.
time to stop them.
Sayonara. You're mine.
Clown car turned around. And we aren't getting regs now, which is not what we want. Maybe rivals changed something. I mean, that could kind of make up for it.
Better stop that vehicle.
They're trying to fix shit too at the same time. So maybe they found something that I was fixing. And it just made things worse.
Sayonara.
It's now or never. Stop them.
One tapped? Almost one tapped.
I'll patch you up. I feel like myself again. Render me assistance. As long as I...
Reborn.
Waiting for lanterns. That never happened. Alright, we're probably gonna die here. Excuse me. Huh?
Step aside.
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
Here they come. What a difference. You're mine.
Came up too late, guys. Okay, so this is no bueno, and it felt like shit, so this did not work. Still having issues since I think it was Friday last week. Alright, let's try... Try this. Alrighty. Good morning, Reggae. Hope you're having a wonderful morning. Let's give this a shot, guys. No promises. Really weird thing is, I swear to God, like, we were in a much better place last week prior to the weekend, and then it just went all to shit on, I think it's Friday. So basically Saturday is when all my games went to shit. And I didn't really change anything. Oh, it's Bing Wallpaper that does that in the bottom corner. I just saw it. Lots of 9950 extra Ds if you're interested in that. But there's really no point in buying one if you're just a gamer. You only have one X3D CCD. Okay. Assuming games are all created equal, which they aren't. This is worse. So why is it worse? I don't know. I don't know what happened on Friday, guys. Something happened.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Alright.
I'm just a sword for hire. This is all so much bigger than me. Hi.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yes.
Get ready.
Hey, Dandy, we're tied. You two are usually inseparable.
That hasn't changed. In
Where
fact,
is he?
We're closer than ever.
That's kind of scary.
Whether we like it or not.
Are you guys sharing a studio in Hell's Kitchen now?
Married couple.
The rent's been skyrocketing.
It's actually a bit more complicated than that. The battle starts.
He's living inside of me. Wait, what?
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It is my destiny to lead you to victory. Do not stand in my way.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Farewell. You fought well, Master Spiders. You're mine.
Bond. They definitely need a nerf Bond. Especially if they can show you the strength of it, or the intensity of it. Bond and Lamp both need nerfs. Defensive ults need nerfs. Still, they're still extremely strong. Point at which you don't play other healers. Got saved. I might have actually been able to kill him.
This will Out of sight.
Good kill him that time. Bouncing one on comms.
Nicely. Sayonara.
We are undefeatable!
Guy.
I need time to heal. Now I'm not surviving.
Bench.
Your team's captured
Dead. 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 Hey, bud.
Sayonara.
That's 3!
Farewell.
Control seized!
All right.
That is how it's done.
That's a mouthful, isn't it?
Sayonara.
No? She wants to sleep me.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Definitely getting focused here. Yar? He's dead.
Rise, my friends. For mutant kind.
No, you just accidentally fucking webbed me. There's no way. There's no way. Well, there's that, guys. Well, good. Good.
Everything in this place feels so familiar, and yet so strange. Greetings.
30 seconds.
Don't
before your
disappoint me.
turn. Get ready.
Many thanks.
Hey, Dandy. We're tied. You two are usually inseparable.
That hasn't changed. In fact, we're closer than ever. Whether we like it or not.
You guys sharing a studio in Hell's Kitchen now? I get it. Rent's been
He feels it. Don't worry, guys.
It's actually a bit more complicated than that.
Therapeutic.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It is my destiny to lead you to victory. Do not stand in my way.
We are undefeatable!
Bond.
What a difference. Farewell.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Farewell.
You get a web and you get a web and you get a web.
Capture the mission area!
Bubble for life, guys. Good morning, people.
You shall not be harmed. I expected better from...
My light cannot be snuffed.
It feels like the spirit of time.
Ah, damn. No! All my resource just came up. I don't know where my butterflies went. They despawned at the end instead of doing damage. Yeah, I don't actually know what happened there.
Reborn was
The support carrying, and he's complaining about being a support. Yeah.
A little help, please.
Imagine being squishier and having a strategic value to kill.
Wait
Our Wanda friend might be cheating, based purely on her missile accuracy. I'll hit even when she's not aiming them properly. On the other side,
Here they come now.
We are undefeatable!
matter if you attack me and invisible. Lots of ults going on here. Every fucking time, this little bro just shows up. Christ. Now he respawned again. You can actually stand on those. I thought those were, Jesus Christ, fuck off. You got literally 3 DPS following me around constantly. So Wanda might be cheating. But no way to figure that out because we had like 2 interactions with her. And I'm not going to watch a replay because it's boring.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I mean Psylocke, not Spider. I mean Psylocke. Also, you're a support. He's fucking Spider. What the fuck are you talking about? Spider-Man didn't do shit. He just didn't want to say my name, guys. He doesn't want to say particularly my name because it actually devalues me as a player. This guy, pretty sure is cheating. He didn't cheat right away. It was second round is when he started cheating. Is he playing? Playing Wanda the entire time? Yeah. So this guy in the first round wasn't anything interesting, and then in the second round started hitting every single one of his fucking missiles. So he probably toggled on after I started pooping on him. As is the case, guys, ego and hubris is the origin story of cheaters almost everywhere. I'm gonna grab a water, guys, and use the bathroom. 1 second. Alrighty.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Let's see.
My touch is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
I fought Oni, slayed demons.
30 seconds before
This
you attack.
should be
Get
easy.
ready.
Your mom was easy.
Need to strengthen my field.
Did you bring your squirrely little pals?
I mean, have you met me? Dippy Toe, meet Moon Knight.
I don't speak squirrel.
Hi.
I don't speak squirrel, guys.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Bud. Good.
Step aside. That's better.
Not gonna do that again. I missed.
Human magic.
Still trying to figure out how to deal with like Magic's combos where she just doesn't one tap you. If you dash as she dashes into you, sometimes you won't actually hit the spin, and she'll spin back to you, which basically just negates your dash in the first place.
Well done, my son.
I need a bit more power.
Sayonara.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
That's better.
And my shift didn't go off. There's weird nuances, guys, with the attack chains in this game, and sometimes some people will cancel, even though they aren't supposed to. They'll actually cancel your movement abilities.
You're mine. It's your wish. Farewell.
Enemy get that vehicle moving again.
Oh my god. She just got... I don't think that's intentional, but he just got protected by the demon. That stopped him from getting one tap. Are you alive? Oh my god. Pick child? Where the fuck is his beacon? Oh. Oh, hey guys. And if you want to.
What a difference.
This is real firepower!
Out of sight.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have a dash up.
I don't like these odds.
I have reawakened.
Okay, Tandy. I don't like your tone, Tandy.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Sayonara.
Another fearsome foe.
Step aside. What a difference.
Get calmed.
Return at any moment.
Lift your wings. Step aside.
Rah!
Salvation lies beneath the surface. Farewell.
Accidentally got hit.
My hunt continues. Step aside.
All right!
I've got you covered. Keep going. Can't let the darkness.
This is real firepower!
Shields up. Clearly you needed some help. Guess it's time for us to head underground.
Mind over matter.
I completely forget about that every single time I play this map.
Sayonara.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint.
Dude, what the fuck's going on here? It's like just barely enough damage where it don't actually kill him.
Lift your wings. I needed that.
Can't afford to slow down.
Where my damage is going on this Jeff. Very weird.
That's better.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Sayonara. A little help, please. Step aside. Did that hurt? Sayonara. Mind over matter.
Double KO! Or a dagger.
Excuse me.
We gotta make sure Knowles doesn't claw his way to freedom.
All right, and they're all dead. Started having hair registration issues partway into that map too, into that match. But then fixed itself towards the end. Good. Absolutely pooped on them, by the way. Poopered! Get poopered! We didn't even take MVP. C3. B2. GM2. Eternity. C3. 1. D2. D1. Not really slouches.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Uh-huh. Alrighty.
I'm just a sword for hire. This is all so much bigger than me.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Greetings.
Have you ever considered, like, not scheming to usurp the throne of Asgard?
I consider many things. Not that.
Seriously? You never thought about letting it go?
Asgard will be mine if it takes an egomaniac.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
That's called a feud.
1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I too am son of a
Hey, bud. Oh. What the fuck? A sanity check?
What a disgrace.
Double KO. That is just that
Excuse me. Dude, he just somehow grabbed me at the end of my dash and rewound my dash. There's no fucking way. Actually, he dashed to where I was going. I thought he grabbed me in my dash.
I don't care.
Hostiles coming in fast.
A nest of spiders? Beware!
What a disgrace. Farewell.
Alright.
Foes who fall like timber.
Out of sight. Thank you, sister.
I wonder what he's doing.
Sayonara.
I think. Oh, he's trying out the new changes. There's a patch, isn't there? I think he's gonna have a lamp. Yeah, he does have a lamp. Swing! No. Oh my god. Alright.
An iron suit cannot withstand.
That's still not gonna fix Iron Man. Iron Man has a lot of mobility issues, guys. As we've talked about. I didn't really cover the patch notes. I guess I posted on Twitter, but I didn't actually cover them on stream. Basically, they made it so his AoE is more, bigger? They made his AoE bigger, but at the expense of direct shot damage, which he never hit anyways. Generally more effective at spamming, but one of the biggest problems he has is literally the fact that he gets stuck in animation, either between powering up or going to his vacuum cleaner mode and then back into his normal flight mode.
Hello there. Farewell. An iron suit cannot withstand. What a journey.
Render me assistance.
Alright.
Out of sight.
Mr. Fantastic needs help. He needs quality of life fixes. Cool character. I'd say Creature, or excuse me, the Thing needs buffs. People like him right now because he's new and he kind of works, but he's basically just a shittier version of Hulk. What's he doing? Is it a bot? Like, did he just start raging because I killed him earlier and now he's just suiciding? Oh, guys. Torch needs quality of life fixes too. They're working on it. He definitely got hotfix at some point. And he was buffed today. But his E has problems with verticality. Connecting basically his best part of his kit is literally the area denial and it doesn't work properly. When you throw like the piles or the right click, it hits players. It'll extinguish the pile, so you won't even get the ability to use an E off of it. It really should drop to the ground at all times. I'm yakking now. So like if it hits a player, hits a shield, hits a wall, it should drop an ember pile on the ground, and it doesn't currently do that. Make it so his lines connect better, and then it has problems with verticality too, which is meaning if there's like a 1 meter difference between the highest and lowest pile, they won't connect. And that's too small considering the amount of differences in height you have on maps. And there's all sorts of cosmetic stuff with them too. Invisible Woman's pretty solid though. But like all the healers right now, she has too much problems. She's too, Nope. No. No. Just accidentally direct shot me, guys. Invisible Woman, however, is pretty good, but like all the other healers in the game, she needs her defensive ult nerf. They're just way too strong to do everything.
Farewell.
Still, they got nerfed already, too. I mean, expectations were pretty low, and that just turned out to be really strong, or really good, so.
That's better.
Something did a lot of damage to me. I think it was the Magneto? I don't know what did all the damage to me. Fun game. There's some really weird nuances to it, which is why I basically play a lot of quick play right now. Alright. Never health below 50% HP or you just die. And get no value. It's like preordained that you're more likely to die. Wait, you can't be serious. What? I was actually partially trolling, you just went past me. No way.
Did that hurt? Good. Sayonara.
Double kill!
You're mine.
I kind of feel bad for this guy, but that's definitely what I'm supposed to be doing, so.
Sayonara.
Only 60 seconds left.
Out of sight. An iron suit cannot
I don't-
withstand psychic
There's
blade.
no way! There's no way! He has to be trolling.
Double kill!
How sad.
No way! There's no way! He doesn't even try avoiding!
Row!
An iron suit cannot withstand a psychic blade. You're mine.
30 seconds.
I don't know! He has to be trolling.
I don't give up so easy. Step aside.
The final 10 seconds.
Again! 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 Again!
Oh.
Again!
This will do nicely. An iron
He is 100% trolling at this point.
Sayonara.
Alright, well.
Epic victory. Big win.
Yes. Wasn't enjoying himself. How the fuck did we lose Pachi, guys, to an atom? When your soldiers are a plague that think they're good. Odor DB. What? Okay. What? Ah. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I know you're getting shit talked about your character because it is a really fucking strong character. The biggest problem, I mention all the time about Winter Soldier knocking me out of my fucking... Even if I dash guys, I get rewound by him. Just like I get rewound by Mantis's sleep. Because she'll fucking sleep me on her screen and I'll be already in Narnia behind her. And then she hits me with the sleep and I get rewound. Specifically his stuns. His stuns interrupt all your movement abilities and knock you out of them, so you can't actually get away from him and you get stuck in a stun loop and you just die. Even if you get a movement ability off, it still interrupts the movement ability. It'd be different if you couldn't get a movement ability off, like if it's just a stun lock, part of the rotation, right? Which does some occasionally happen. But there are plenty of cases where I get my movement off and then it just knocks me out of my movement. Alright. Stomach's grumbling, guys. I don't know what I have to feed it to make it shut up. You never feed me food. Why don't you feed me food? God, I'm always hungry. God, Jesus. Shove some fish and veggies in there and you'll shut up. Actually, I don't know what I'm gonna have today. I had fish and veggies yesterday.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. I will not rest until I return to my world once more.
Bitch.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I do hope they add a Mei. Groot's kind of Mei, but not really. Mei is a very unique playstyle. Old school Mei, not fucking Overwatch 2 Mei. Overwatch 2 Mei is a shitty Hanzo. He is a fucking bully. Great anti-tank.
What kind of work doesn't get into the history?
Area control. Like, they could resurrect old Mei as a character in this game, because she's technically very different than what she used to be. She doesn't stun anymore. And basically have basically a really cool character.
It took us a long time to learn that our powers are related.
Here they come now.
Yeah? Might be exploiting the wind and electricity movement. Christ. No.
Step aside.
Pulled through the wall. Excuse me. And into the fucking bubble.
I'm back. You're mine.
The life force wants to heal you.
Mind destroying plasma.
Tremble before power!
Mind over matter. Out of sight.
No, and warm up just out of fucking nowhere. I knew I was at 50% HP. I still did anyways.
Your souls
I'm
unite.
back. You're mine.
Engage.
Very unfortunate, guys. Ever up below 50% HP, you'll die. Go 100% and die.
You deserve this shame.
Alright. Dude, it should make, like, when he jumps in the air, you should be able to walk on it like it's actually like a...
By the
Whoa!
Agamotto.
Like it's actually like a physical interactable object. You can walk on it like a road. It'd be fucking hilarious. Also, you need to be able to keep up with him, which you can't all the time. It doesn't give you the same movement speed that he runs at.
Farewell.
When I heard the Spider-Man, I should have left right away.
A little help, please. I can always count on you.
Quantum
I have your mind. Light force is in preparation. Disappear! Farewell. Their numbers are impressive.
God. Now we're back to having hit reg issues, guys, and tracking issues, so we might have to give a reset after this game. Last game felt great.
I'm back. You're mine.
And... well, no, it didn't. It started out pretty good, then halfway through the game went to shit.
with the amazing Spider-Man! Together! Victory!
Out of sight.
I can't go up there. Bro, you gotta be fucking shitting me. The fuck is that? This is all went in my brain.
Clearly you needed some help.
What the fuck?
My hunt continues.
Oh yeah, little bro? Get some cheater chans going on here, guys?
Farewell.
Jesus Christ.
Out of sight. This will do nicely.
Good.
Sayonara.
I know little bro wanted to try and kill me right now. Alright.
Born again!
Oh my god, it's a pre-made. Let's see. Excuse me. Excuse me. There we go. Oh my god, no! Dude, that's my third wasted ult! You gotta be fucking shitting me! How unlucky! Jesus Christ.
Some assistance, please.
Farewell. Step aside. Only 60 seconds left. Sayonara.
Bro.
That's better. The light force wants to heal you.
Very much starting to think that Adam's cheating.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Sure.
Disappear! Step aside. Just a bit longer. Out of sight.
Now we're dead. Not to the Psylocke. Is this guy cheating? This guy's 100% cheating.
I have real step
Is it? Was he the first guy we shade on the match? Ego and hubris, guys. Origin stories of cheaters everywhere. I have an ult, but we didn't have enough HP to use it. Hopefully these guys survive. Not.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Here they come now.
Jesus Christ, finally got an ult off. Holy shit, guys.
Talked me off. Thanks. Please, will you come back?
Fucking hilarious.
So cold.
Out of sight.
Something doesn't feel right here. It's now or never.
Getting hard comm, 2 on top of it. You're yeah.
On to the next.
Down to 30 seconds.
What a difference.
Fried.
Final 10 seconds.
And focus fire by entire team.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Born
Load the exploding plasma.
How the fuck does she have another one already?
with the amazing spider.
Go. Bond again. And the Adam shot me out of cloak again. Adam's 5,000% cheating. I mentioned that earlier. So I was spot on. That it was fucking weird to begin with. Yeah. Adam's most definitely cheating. Very annoying. And our shots aren't on, guys. We aren't doing the right amount of damage. So we're going to give our computer a reset again. Otherwise, we did pretty good, all things considered. Definitely should have done a lot better. A lot of failed executes there. Guy is definitely cheating. He shot me out of cloak like 4 times and snapshot me in the middle of my dashes. It's like 5 times. 6 times is a lot. Definitely cheating. Yeah. Ego and hubris, guys. Origin story of cheaters everywhere. You shit on them and then they gotta show you good. That's the way it works. Top skill. The this go. Actually, I might have an idea what's causing problems. I always think I do, and then it's clearly not the case, so. Huh?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper. Demons, yokai, and villains.
Alrighty. Let's see how this works. We're gonna do go back to the configuration I was using earlier.
I still rule. Look at you, little guy. Oh, you are easier than rocket. And apparently just as feisty too. Yikes.
Yes.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Many thanks.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You're stuttering.
We are warriors. No matter what worlds we come from, do not lose sight of that. The enemy has arrived. Out of sight. You're mine.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Looks like the mission area is yours for now.
Sayonara.
Right behind you.
And stunned out of my shift.
I require some aid.
Capture the mission area!
Desync. Another one of those characters where if you're lagging, actually does huge advantage.
That's better.
My
Sayonara. You're mine. Here we come now. Out of sight. That's
We got fuckboy hard comedy and following me around. He's 100% in voice comms right now with people, which is why you can see him trailing me while I'm cloaked. Either that or he knows that I'm cloaked and knows exactly where I am, which means he's cheating.
That's better. Farewell.
Bring on the chaos.
We are undefeatable!
And then one for ultimate. This is a pre-made. He had to show me good by ulting their healers that were all grouped together. So it was 100% pre-made.
Your god is suffering. I did. 2 points.
This is natural anger.
Sayonara.
And rewind. It didn't rewind me back to where I slept, though.
What a difference.
Maybe I have to jump?
Smashing is always touching my healing out of sight. The enemy has arrived. Out of sight.
Keep going.
You betrayed my trust, Mantis. There is a price for that. What a difference.
Oh, I'm fine.
Farewell.
Add that to my great. You're mine. I totally rocked that. Us against the world.
Well, luckily our teammates are picking things up, so we aren't just getting focused alone now, which is the worst part. Oh, I have no shift! She was calling for rescue, guys. My E was up, and if I knew all those guys were back there, I literally could have went around the other way. This is pre-made jerking off right now? Yeah, good for them, guys. Good for them.
You're quite welcome.
We're allowed to try. If we get some toggles, guys. Oh, maybe the Arnon comes. America just called out the cloak. By the way, guys, with this mode where it actually changes people's names to whatever you want it to be, you should literally add the character's name next to the people talking. That would be incredibly helpful. I don't even know if it does it normal. I don't think it does it normally. Like League of Legends does.
I remember you from Kirisaki Mountain. You are an old.
Hulk has no idea what pretty lady is talking about.
We fought side by side in another lifetime, Harikumaru. I have seen you.
Harikumaru!
Sure sounds like Hulk.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Maybe he's an alien.
3, 2,
Starting to believe, guys, everything's just connected. It's all fucking aliens. It just goes back to aliens. It's all aliens. Everything's aliens. There's no superheroes. There's just aliens. There's no religious deities. It's just aliens. The quote, sufficiently advanced technology is no different than magic. Yeah. It's aliens. Yes. Alright. Christ, I'm shooting through her. That might have been angled though, as opposed to no regs. I die here. Wait, he didn't kill me immediately.
Out of sight.
Good point.
Us against the world.
You know, Jeff's actually basically a counter to, like, high defensive ults, right? Just the rest of his kit sucks, and... Dashed through her and did no damage. No! You bitch. I don't know if I had an extra shift at the end there. You know what they could do is actually really cool, like kill cam is they overlay, well, on top of, your abilities are the enemy's abilities, or vice versa. So you can see what you were doing as you died. To parse basically what happened.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Make that. Yeah.
Getting hurt too easily. This will do nicely. The enemy has arrived.
Getting calmed. Fucking Star-Lord just went.
Step aside. Out of sight.
Oh.
Us against the world!
Wait, did Jeff just eat everyone? There's no one left to assemble. Well, her.
You lose, team.
Here they are now.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. Double KO.
What a difference.
Systematically disassembled guys into their basic components, bone and flesh and sinew.
Another epic victory.
Probably Celestial Council on my mother's soul. And if you didn't notice, guys, we did a lot better than our prior match. So, yeah. We'll have some issues, though. I think they'll janky as shit. Oh, there.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Well,
I fought Oni, slayed demons. This should be easy.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your attacks are futile.
I like.
King Lo. You're yet to deliver what was promised.
Promise.
And as far as your unholiness, right after I have my time to rule.
You'll soon find time is meaningless in the afterlife.
Greetings.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Battle fury burns. The enemy is here.
There is no one better
Oh.
Farewell.
I have no shift up. Good. Lovely save.
Farewell. Many thanks. Step aside.
Double KO.
I only wish I had done it myself.
Step
That's
aside.
3. You're halfway there.
That is
Keep
great.
You have to be careful because he tries to combo you and drop to the ground. It's like his thing.
Is this strange little machine truly our only
Farewell.
Just got interrupted.
There. Don't turn back now.
Out of sight.
Double KO.
That's better.
Isn't magnetic.
The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Farewell.
Not really accustomed to hitting butterflies through moving targets when they're like it's not instantaneous, but you can 100% do something with it.
tower? I'm not exactly welcome there.
They definitely need to fix that. That's like his best part of his kit and changes basically his identity compared to other characters. Oh, they're hungry.
That's better.
Keep going.
I am Asgard's might.
You're mine.
This is real firepower! For mutant Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh. We might have won. Did I just die from the healer? I did. We might have won against the Jeff. I was trying to lure him into staying above ground longer. But we can't win against the Jeff in a sustain as well as Star-Lord.
Out of sight.
No, around the corner.
Farewell.
Bye.
Healing magic. Love. This should keep me safe. Step aside.
I thought I was at the corner. I wasn't. Fuck's my registration going, guys? Not exactly sure what's going on here now. We're just shooting through players and not doing damage anymore.
I have reawaked. Step aside.
Get that vehicle moving again!
That's better. Farewell.
Be dead. Dead now.
Step aside.
There is no one better to protect you than I, little one.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Alright. And gone.
Big victory! Big win!
That's me. Our registration went to shit at the end there, guys. Is this foreshadowing? It may very well be. Hell with 3 final hits is crazy. Uh-huh. No one mentions the Psylocke. Not a single mention of Psylocke. Plat 3. Plat 3. Celestial 3. D1. Celestial 3. Bronze 3. GM 3. D3. Plat 3. Celestial 3. About even. We have an extra Celestial 3. And they have a gold. They're gold or bronze. Probably queued with the Celestial. Alright, we'll do another. So not quite there yet, guys. I think I figured it out. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's not random. Kind of feels fucking random.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My Odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper. It appears some timelines
They'll be coming in
feature
30
a
seconds.
very
Stay strong.
different version of me. You lead a legion of yokai? We call them demons where I come from, but yes.
How do you ensure they remain loyal to your cause?
Some respect me, but most fear their
Feel as though we just played this map.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
And a tank and no healers. More important than tanks are. I have no shift up. Only they made the icons bigger, guys.
I have step aside.
One way to another. Why do we just have AFK people? Next game. One thing if you have a bad team comp, guys, is another thing if you just have people that aren't playing.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. Everything in this place feels so familiar, and yet so strange.
All right.
Stay strong.
A sniper and a ninja. Complementary styles.
True. We work well together.
Think we ever have before in another timeline?
Hard to know. Our kind of work doesn't get into the history books.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Some may call this entanglement chaos.
Just looked at me.
Step aside.
Trying to be cheeky about that. I knew the moment he started attacking the roof, you knew exactly where it was. And I think he touched me for a little bit. I don't think he can headshot with right clicks. Maybe he can? I don't think he can.
We've got trouble.
Trying to figure out the exact range that you can idle at without actually getting kicked by her is literally a work in progress, guys.
Farewell. I needed that. I've located a picture.
Oh, shift just came up.
My light can farewell.
I still want you.
Spawn beacon right there.
By the Argamoso.
Yeah, okay. Alright, bro.
My light cannot be. You're mine. Gokigen yo.
Horny host? Oh, it's for me. I didn't see her at all.
Here they come now.
I'm opening a portal.
He's opening the portal.
Time to heal. What a difference. Step aside.
This is real firepower!
Final 10 seconds. Mine are out of sight.
This my way!
Oh! Cinematic. I guess she was low. I see. Well, there's that. And we pooped on him. Oh, they're talking about Diaz. Thing, guys. D-I-H stand for. Video. Okay, we're gonna call things here for this morning, guys. Tonight, I gotta eat something. Tonight's gonna be more Rivals, guys. Probably no podcast, but usually you do podcasts for tech launches or something big going on. So we'll just hop right into games. We'll see where things go. I have a pretty good idea. I think I have a pretty good idea what's going on here, but it's gonna take some more troubleshooting and more trial and error to figure out. So, have to wait and see on that. But yeah, I'm out here this morning, guys. I'm going to take a look at the stream quality and see if it's good at the end of the stream here. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. You stream for about 4 to 5 hours, give or take, depends on my life was happening, etc., etc., guys. We're out of here. Tonight will be more Rivals. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.